Rich County Commission meeting to order, November 5th, 2025. First up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone would rise and remove cover.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
You have? Okay. So then that's something we can count that. I have not done.
Okay, how are we doing on the agenda? We good?
I
So,
think there's a change.
Okay.
yeah, so on the agenda, maybe we'll just add it as the first item. We have a application for a personal property tax exemption that actually was received a couple of days after the deadline with verification. I'd like to add that to the agenda and deal with that if we could.
Sorry, what is it? Personal property exemption?
Residential personal or property exemption. So in other words, they're primary residents.
Did you made that motion, Bill?
I did, yeah.
Okay, second.
Okay. Moving seconded, the agenda be set with that addition. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we'll do that first, personal property tax exemption.
So there was a personal property tax exemption that was received a couple of days late for Christina and Mitchell Bogard over in Garden City. They actually presented all the information that they are primary residents. And I am personally aware that they have lived in Garden City as this is their primary residence. So I would move we accept that the exemption for their on their so that they are they're exempt from the secondary property tax and are accepted as residents of the county.
Okay, I second that.
Okay, moving seconded. Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thanks. Can I get a parcel number?
Yeah.
Do you guys have your parcel number memorized? I'm sure it's on here.
I don't, but I have.
It would be on that too.
(41-06-040-0001). That's without glasses. Thank you.
So does that mean the zeros might be eights or sixes?
I was wondering about a zero being an 8, yeah.
But if I don't have these, sometimes they turn into sixes or.
Yeah, it's actually right here, so that's the one she just did. Okay, so if you would stop down in the assessor's office and just verify that we approved your exemption.
Okay.
Mind doing that?
And so approving it means that it applies for this year.
It does.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Okay, Wes Thompson, Trails Master Plan.
Do you want us to take
Consultant.
this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any seat, Wes. Any seat, well.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Morning, Annalisa. It's good to put a face with a name finally.
Thanks.
Lots of emails.
Yeah.
So, you guys, as you guys know, I'm the chairman of the new Trails Board. We got a couple of my board members here. We got a grant from the Utah Division of Outdoor Recreation for $123,000 to create a Trails Master Plan. We solicited 4 companies for requests for qualifications to help us build on that master plan, to build that master plan. We got 3 replies, 1 didn't reply. We had this scoring matrix to take any bias out with a bunch of items on so we could pick the best one. 13 categories. We've selected Bio West of Logan, Utah as the most qualified consultant. They scored about 20 points better than their closest competitor. And I had the county attorney help me with a contract. We have a big contract with the State Division of Outdoor Rec, and the contract that Mr. Willoughby put together references that contract and references the scope of work, and it's just a little 2-pager here. Just right here. And have you guys seen this, the contract?
I'm gonna make copies.
I haven't.
I make copies for
Oh,
everybody.
good.
Oh,
Thank you.
Wes is on the ball.
How about me? Can I have one? Thanks. Good.
And then he also prepared a resolution for you guys to sign off on, that you guys reviewed the contract and what my Trails Board, oh, you got one. What my Trails Board recommended. You guys are good with that recommendation. That's what I had for you.
Yeah.
So who was the other,
The other firms.
the other firms was? Just out of curiosity.
The SE group and the head of, well, not the head, but one of the leaders of that group used to be the Cache Trails planner, but he's moved back to Wisconsin or somewhere, and that was one of our ranking, was to have someone that didn't have to get on an airplane to come and help us out. And then a company called Avid Trails, and they listed an office in Park City, but they're more based out of California. But we think that Avid Trails would fit their wheelhouse was designing and building rather than master planning, and so they lost some points on that. They're the guys that we hire after we get the master plan. That was really their forte. And then Landmark Design didn't respond to our request for qualifications. And Logan Simpson called me one time, says, "Hey, we hear you got this," and I said, "Well, send me some basic information, and then I'll send out the request for you." And they never sent me any basic information, so I didn't feel like I needed to chase those guys.
All right.
I don't have any questions because I've been involved with it, been watching the emails and stuff.
Okay, so we have a resolution. Probably first thing we need to do is pass a resolution and then approve the contract. So I would, the resolution, County Ordinance 25-6 created a County Trails Board as a task force creating throughout the County Trails Master Plan. County Trails Board has been awarded a grant by the state to hire and complete a master plan. All such contracts require approval by the Board of Commissioners. The Ridge County Commission has considered the proposal and finds that the contract would be in the best interest of the communities of Ridge County. Therefore, be it resolved, Ridge County and the Board of Commissioners authorize the contract to be Bio West, and the resolution shall be effective on the date it is adopted. And I would make a motion that we adopt this resolution.
Second.
Okay, moving and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign, motion carries.
Okay. And I would go ahead and make a motion to execute the contract, with BioWest with the recommendation of the Trails Board, for, the master plan, Trails master plan for Rich County.
Second.
Okay, moving and seconded, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed by the same sign, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, if I could, just on the paperwork stuff, if I get a copy of the contract, then I'll send that to BioWest, copy of the signed contract with you. Okay,
Well, then just copy me, cause I have a copy of it.
so, okay, if you got, the original signatures are going to you, and
Oh,
I guess, if you hand one to me when you're
can
done.
do, yes.
You just do that.
Thanks, you guys, we're excited about this, and, look forward to having some public meetings over here, as well as over in Garden City, so we'll keep
Okay.
you posted.
Good.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Wes. Thanks for being part of that process.
You bet.
And thanks for coming over, Mark, and
All of us. Brad sits on it, so is.
Norm.
Yeah, fine. Yeah,
This
This is what we do
You
though,
got us
so.
all.
Well, these guys have other, you guys just made a special trip. Norm's over here on business. Brad, he's over here on business. He has to come to every meeting,
That's
and
right.
Wes
You
needed,
know.
I have to drive the bus.
Wes needed a drive.
Jayne, Jayne's gotta explain,
Explain what you want, Minnie.
Why it's gonna cost more to die.
Well, I talked to two
It's really.
dirt bike guys pulled into the station yesterday. I was there gassing up, and they pulled in on dirt bikes with helmets and stuff, and I thought, here's a couple of kids that's been out raising havoc. And they took their helmets off, and they had white hair and gray. And they, I says, so where'd you start? Where'd you come from? And they says, over in Avon, over there by Hiram and stuff, and come all the way through the hills. And
I need one more signature right there.
just for chicken strips at the station.
Yeah.
That's,
The only reason I really came is because the biscuits and gravy. You know, bakery,
Yeah. Yeah.
He just needs.
they're pretty
that
hard to
one right
beat.
now.
So,
That's kinda cool.
I asked them if they'd seen any cows. I utilized them. If you've seen cows,
There's a big old bull out right at Lake
Yeah, there
Town,
is.
right on the road, just past D's, heading up the canyon.
Yes.
Standing there looking at the
Oh.
traffic going by, so
what,
whoever that is,
what brand did it have on it?
it was black. I didn't see a
Didn't see a
brand.
tag
Didn't
on
see a
it.
brand.
it's
No
the
tag?
Angus brand.
He was standing there looking at the gate like he knew it was supposed to be open for him.
Oh, dear.
He was waiting to go home.
No air tags, really?
I didn't see one,
I
but that
didn't
didn't
either.
mean there wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, the Honorable Jayne Davis. Come on up, state your name and
State my
stuff
name?
for
Oh,
the
man.
record.
Jayne Davis, and I'm here for the Garden City Cemetery Board. And we are looking for some more money. An increase from we'd like to levy it from what was set in 2026. The percentage is about 60% increase, which amounts to about $30,000. And that would go for, we're looking at some expansion property, doing some work on the sheds that are there, and an irrigation project. And the increase is about, I think it was $10, $15, which would be more for the yearly tax per person, per dead.
Oh,
So the increase is a percentage or it's a set amount?
It's, it's 60.45%, and that amounts to about $30,000.
Okay, so you're gonna increase your overall income in your budget by
Correct.
$30,000.
Yep.
Okay.
but it's how much per person?
It was about $10 to $15, 60% sounds like an awful lot,
Yeah, it
which
does.
it is.
It does until you say,
Well,
5 or 10
the worst
bucks.
of it is on that situation, so you've got secondary homes versus primary homes, and so it's not a matter of, it's just $10 across the
I know.
board. It's a,
There
it,
is.
it fluctuates,
Yeah, there
so.
is.
Okay. What's your overall budget right now, Jane?
Oh, man, you shouldn't have asked me that. Honestly, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay. So this 30,000 is a 60% increase?
Correct?
All right, with that, I mean, obviously, they've got some projects, they've got it identified, and there's some ongoing, increases of maintenance, that's just, I'm not sure, I don't remember the last time the cemetery district raised their
Rates.
rates.
Hasn't been
so-
since I've been there. But I have to tell you, we have, gone off of culinary water and have put in an irrigation system so that we can use the, canal. And that should cut down a fair amount of what we're paying for water in the summer, which is quite a bit.
Offset that 30,000.
Yeah, it'll offset it in a year easily, I think.
and you said you're gonna expand
Yes.
by land?
Yeah, so there is, excuse me, some property right across the canal. So the cemetery butts right against the canal that runs north and south. It's the old Sprouse property. And we're in touch with the folks that own it now, and we're dithering back and forth. They're not sure whether they want to keep it or what they want to do with that. And I think Bill uses it for, it's Poulsen for Sandra,
Yeah,
uses it for his.
How many acres is it?
I think all that we want to purchase is an acre. There's more than
Oh.
an acre there. We just want to purchase the acre that's there.
So this would trigger a public hearing, or have you had a public hearing?
No, that's coming up.
Okay, you
Yeah.
just wanna
Yeah,
ask us first?
Yeah. yeah. That's
Yeah.
our
It's,
next.
part of the laws is they have to,
Special service district have to approve any tax increases, or, the
Because
tax
we appoint
rate.
the board.
Right.
Got it.
So I'd make a motion that we go ahead and approve the increase that Garden City Cemetery District is proposing for their new budget.
Okay, you guys say you need it, I'll second that.
Okay, moving second, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks for coming.
So we denied your resignation.
Oh.
Yeah, that didn't pass.
On the other bill.
That's,
Just
You gotta
thought I'd let you know.
you gotta consider this a win-win, cause
I'll send you the bill when you guys are.
I'm telling you, that's been a struggle.
Okay, let's just go ahead and move on.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Barson,
He's not here yet,
he's not,
unless he's online.
is he online? That's-
Oh, Josh, there you are. Sorry.
Hey, thank you.
I can't believe you didn't drive all the way over here. What is the deal?
I know, if I didn't have a meeting right after this, I probably would have. I saw a herd of antelope last time and watched them for a little bit.
Yeah.
So I like that drive.
Okay,
So we've got, we're forming the Behavioral Health Advisory Council, as part of the interlocal agreement with the counties. We had the ability to form that council to advise the counties as we create the area plan and execute it. The council will meet quarterly. We have 9 members made up of Box Elder, Cache County, and Rich County members. And me and Jordan Mathis spoke with Superintendent Lamborn and asked if he had any recommendations for the council He recommended Danelle Wasden, who is a counselor for the schools up there. I've reviewed her resume, interacted briefly with her, and we think she'd be a great member to represent Rich County for the Behavioral Health Advisory Council. The position needs to be appointed by the commissioners. So we're just proposing her name for consideration for a 4-year term on the Behavioral Health Advisory Council. And that term would begin January 1st of 2026.
So Todd, in speaking to her, she's willing to serve and would understand what that would entail, so she's
Yeah.
more than willing, okay.
Josh, how often do they meet for this council?
We'll meet quarterly, so
Okay.
it'll be January, May,
Doesn't have the final signature.
August, December, or January,
Every quarter.
quarterly.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll meet quarterly, we'll coordinate that with everyone's schedules. And we've got a pretty heavy school district influence. There was just a lot of interested members within all the counties representing the school district side of things, which I think is important. They're plugged in, to families, to kids. They see a lot of the mental health. We have some law enforcement as well, and some of the university too. So we feel like we have a pretty good mix of people.
okay.
So, based on that recommendation, I would make a motion that we appoint Danelle Watson to the Bear River Health Department Advisory Council for Behavioral Health.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Is this a new position or a filling
Yeah.
an event empty?
No, this is a new position. The Advisory Council was just created, so.
Okay. Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, Todd,
Thank you.
thanks. We'll expect you over here next time in January when it's 30 below, but.
All right. If you have a meeting, if Bear Lake freezes over and you have a meeting, I'll make a ice fishing trip day out of it.
Okay, thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tami, she left. Okay, Mike, you're up. You filled in the last time.
No, she's still here. I'm gonna go find her. I'll tell her right now.
That for the TRT?
Yeah.
You go find her, that's okay. She asked me if I'd help with it.
Okay.
But I only have one copy here.
Hey, if the
She handed
bathroom
me-
says occupied, don't go in, Mike.
Sorry, you need me to make a copy, what do we got?
I think she's got some copies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she probably has the copy, so, but I can start with this. We took a fair amount of time, it was a very long meeting, to go through these. The total amount that was, I'll turn this around, so the total amount that was requested in applications was 1,367,345. And as we went through, what we recommended approval on was 1,266,157. So it made our job fairly easy because there was the applications were not in a huge amount in excess of what we had.
You can come up, Tami.
Okay, let me grab you stuff.
And have you got plenty of copies, Tammy?
Does she ever have copies?
She
Does
does.
she ever have copies? I always have you guys' copies.
Thank you.
Here.
Do you want to continue the presentation?
No,
Sure.
that would be you.
Okay.
So everybody had applied, did they get, did everybody get funding that applied?
Everyone got something, yeah.
Okay,
The ones that, probably one of the criteria that we said, where they got partial funding, were the places that don't contribute as much to, the transient room tax. They don't have the immediate impact from the tourism industry. And if you look down that, Woodruff requested 45,000 and we gave them half of that. And one of the criteria we looked at is matching funds. So the ones with Garden City where we funded them 100% of the request, they had matching funds in that amount, which really helped us make those decisions to fund that. Where the ones that requested 100% of the money they needed and had no matching funds, basically we gave them the same thing as we gave Garden City. They would just have to come up with their matching funds. And it may be that, by the time we get to next year, that they scale back their projects and, apply again next year for what's left. Other than that, the one that was scaled back quite a way was the Rich County Trails Board. And there were a couple of reasons we did that. It was mainly for conferences, training for the board members, outside of the area, as opposed to creating facilities here. We feel that, I think we felt that we're still a year away from the Trails Board being in a position where we can start putting money into projects that are directly related, to things that are being used by the visitors. We did feel, however, that the Trails Board is probably one of the things we would like to, in the future, support as much as we can. Felt it's important.
Just a question, on your trails grant, is there any match on that, Wes or Mark?
Yeah, we need some money for it.
There's a 10% match from the county, and I want I think it's $13,700. That would be spent in the coming fiscal year. Our deadline is to finish this project is December of 2026. And we applied for that match as part of this grant, but they said that you can't match a grant with a grant.
Right.
And we can't use TRT monies as match, is that correct?
No, that's what they told me. There was 2 applications that actually had that on there. So I did call down just to find out for sure, and you can't.
Yeah, no, TRT money can't be used as match.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that? I don't understand that. Does anybody know?
Skin in the game.
Exactly.
These are all the properties in our, okay, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So on
I think it's with every grant too. My Idaho, you can't.
so conferences, on that particular one, conferences, training, and then pay board members, what's that about?
I don't think anyone requested.
Pay for board. It was all,
It's
it was
in the
all to
grant.
go to the Utah Trails Forum, to just different training things to help us as we prepare for construction.
Reimbursement for travel and
Yeah,
training.
it's reimbursement of travel.
It's not paying board members, it's
That's
reimbursement.
what it has on here though. $35.
The outdoor rec conference, the trails.
Read it closer. It has
Conference, those are the
in here too. Dollar amount.
That's a reimbursement for their expenses.
For
Just,
15,000.
just to enable them to go to the trainings and stuff. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And then didn't you guys discuss about having that as your cash match? Your,
Having our time input.
Yeah.
Yeah.
as your cash
Yeah,
match.
we did say that maybe we can, the time that we're inputting into some of these things, could be part of our match, but,
Yeah, cause you can quantify that however you want, you know?
yeah.
If all 5 of us go to a conference for 3 days.
So, where, this is Rich County State Park.
I think they need Bear Lake State Park.
Yeah,
Bear
Bear
Lake
Lake
State
State
Park.
Park.
Bear Lake State Park.
Their request was for, reconstruct the launch ramp on the existing marina, which didn't get in the budget for the marina expansion. And they've tried several times to get it paid in various ways. We felt 2 things. First of all, the state park has never put in an application for this, and but they have generated funds every year to the transient room tax. The other thing, in looking at the launch ramp, they're redoing 4 of the 6 lanes. 2 of them they felt were okay, so they're redoing the other 4, and they're not in great shape. And the other thing, we felt that if there's one facility that gets used by visitors as much as anything, that's it.
I just don't like giving money back to state.
That was probably 75% of the discussion during our
I mean, I
board
don't wanna
meeting,
be
so.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
we struggled with that also. Like I say, that was 75% of the time in our discussion.
Okay.
And part of the discussion, do they have access to other funds that they could access for that?
The state,
The other state funds.
that's,
Rather
yeah,
than
they
this.
got more money than we got.
Yeah, they do. And probably have other avenues to cover that. We did feel that the project was very worthwhile, needs to be done, whether it needs to be done from this or not.
And I'm guessing that it needs to be done, and, I mean, it'll happen, whether we give them our hard-earned money or not.
Well, these, as we all know, this is your decision, so.
I get where you're
There are
coming
plenty of
from. I get
other
where you're coming from,
places, there are plenty of other places in the county that funds could be used.
Yeah. Well, this looks like a lot of stuff you guys had to deliberate, so thanks for taking the time to do it. That's a lot. I mean,
How long was that meeting?
Too long.
It was 3.5, 4 hours.
Really? Ay, caramba.
I think the decision, on that one too would have been easier if there was more grant applications coming in and you can see where you could put it, the money, but, it was one thing too that he said, he's been trying with all different kinds of grants and the state won't give it to him, so whether it'll be done now or whenever, that was.
So is this going into the new marina?
No,
No, this is the old marina.
The old side?
The
Yeah.
old side.
And it hasn't been replaced since when it was first built. It's been
Yeah,
the same marina.
It's-
What they wanna replace is actually what was poured when they actually made the marina.
and in looking at it a few weeks ago, it's needed. I mean, could they get by? Yes, but is it needed? Yeah.
it just seems like they could squeeze that out of that $65 million that they're spending on the new one.
That's kind of that was part of the
And he
Yeah,
said
the
2.5
trucks are
hour
there.
discussion that we
Yeah.
had.
they were even short on that one because when the bids came out and then when it was granted, so they had to squeeze money in there.
Yeah.
So they're, honestly, he said that they tried and they're not giving any more money to the marina.
Who is he?
Richard, who,
Richard,
every
yeah.
one of the grantees, they presented their,
Oh, good.
yeah. And so the board was able to ask all these questions to him.
4-hour meeting, wow.
I don't think I have any additional questions.
I don't think so. We got their applications as well. We'll just-
Enjoy your reading. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for your dedication and taking
Yes.
part in that.
You betcha.
So, you said this was a long discussion. How was the vote on
which one?
on the state park?
I think it was 1 against and 3, 4.
But it took a long time to get there.
And yeah,
But
it
it
took a
was
long
pretty-
time to get there. Finally, it was 2-1 with one undecided, and finally, the one undecided said, "Okay, I'll vote this way."
Oh, okay.
So it was not a.
Unanimous.
It was not, no, and it was probably the only one that was not unanimous.
Okay. Any other questions for him?
No.
Then all the applications are in our envelope here.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. We don't decide today.
No, this is just done during budgeting.
Alrighty.
It's a lot of dollars.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you.
He's talked to Camille.
Do you know this guy on the screen?
No.
That's what we're doing. Congratulations, Mike.
So Tanner,
Congratulations.
are you on the agenda today?
Yeah, I believe I'm on the agenda today. Mitch and Mayor Leonhardt were also going to join as well. I'm not sure if they're present in the room, but
Mitch probably got behind the cows.
Cows?
Yeah, somebody's moving cows out here, but it shows 11 on the agenda, so
Yeah.
not 15.
Well,
Didn't look at the brand, but they were black.
You either gotta get a brand or a tag, one of the two.
I'll start noticing.
Color.
Ear
color,
tag.
color of the tag.
Ear
That,
tag.
that narrows it down.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a sure thing, but it will narrow it down a little. Come on up, Mitch.
So,
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah.
so we got a report you were honking a horn at the cows trying to get through them?
To get here on time.
No, man, I was taking pictures.
Did you stop in front of them and get out?
Get out.
That's a big no-no.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. But noted, I'll remember that for next time.
You're
All
missing
right.
your hat up
Which,
there on the table.
Haven't earned it yet.
Yeah, but you could get like a
Need 10 years
Like
of
a-
service.
Hawaiian hat
And they
or
start
something.
small.
Is that what it is?
They get
Oh,
bigger.
so, I see. If I had one I could have brought you. It's would have been about half that
I
size.
feel like an imposter when I went around. I just don't.
A costume.
Yeah.
Okay, state your name and
Mike-
I'm Mitch Poulsen, I'm the planning administrator for Rich County.
Mike Leonhardt, Mayor of Garden City.
thank you.
And we got Tanner up here as well, right?
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Mitch, it's nice to see you in over the video instead of just over the phone.
You as well, Tanner.
Thanks, man.
Who wants to
Appreciate
be
it.
spokesman for a minute?
Well, Mitch can, and then we can.
Okay, let me point a couple of things out for you. The area that we're talking about is right on the corner of the highway and Sweetwater Parkway.
It's in blue, if you're looking at it.
Yeah, the property is there located in blue. And then that red line is the incorporated city limits for Garden City. So you can see that this, based on our maps, this property that we're discussing is inside Garden City. This red line that we get is issued to us from the state based on their information. This is not something I just developed. What we're finding out though is that this blue piece of property on their tax notice is identified as property outside the city. So it's on their tax notice it's located in the county. So there's kind of this disagreement between who has jurisdiction over this piece of property. I went in and talked with Shaylee this morning, who's in the Garden City offices, because I'm going, well, if this has that problem, what about that little teeny tiny piece of property just to the south of it? Is it in the same predicament? Shaylee says it is in fact that same situation where it shows it's in the city, but their tax notice says that it is not in the city. Our other thoughts,
But a different owner.
Correct. Our other thought is all these properties along Sweetwater Parkway, half of them.
Yeah, I mean, look right here.
Yeah, the front 200 feet are in the county.
The way this line comes up.
But the remainder of it's in the city.
Yeah.
We're like, let's make this make sense, and let's just have Garden City annex that piece of property on the corner, and then move that line, that red line, right to Sweetwater Parkway, so that all of those properties are fully in the city as well.
Well, technically that was what it was supposed to be.
Oh.
If the problem is not, this is the way the whole county is. I mean, that's the thing. You pull up these boundary lines. This just needs to be shifted up there, over across there, this over here, and that should go right down that road.
Okay, so what you're saying is that line is not geo-rectified with the aerial map?
No.
Okay, that's good to know.
No, it is not.
Okay.
It is not, and this is every place there is.
I would agree.
These are not, and one of the things, well, unfortunately, this has been going on long enough, but we've been doing geo maps without having cadastral certified corners, and so a lot of the surveyors and things that they're going off of are basically points that have not been certified corners. So technically, if you look, and it makes sense, but if you look, this line needs to shift to this property line, to this property line, and it actually needs to come over and go right
to the
down
road.
that road.
Okay.
That was the intent of the annexation. Now, where does that put this piece of property? I would guess it's probably right in the middle of it. But I think the intent probably was to go right to the
highway.
To the highway.
Okay.
And that would shift everything else over and come right down this lane, this road right here and right here. And you can see it's following property lines, but it's not right on top of the
Kind of right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so basically it is.
So then do we still need to go through an annexation process for these two properties here so that their tax notice at least reflects that they are either in the city or out of the city?
I think they're in the city. I don't think there's even really any question. I think the
That's what I
annexation-
always thought as well. That's what I told Mitch. I said, man, we always thought that was in the city.
Norm, did you say?
Yeah, I'm making sure that I follow this completely, but I've surveyed that area a number of times.
Yeah.
I owned all that property. And the problem is, there is a section corner,
So
and
here's,
maybe you know that.
here's where we're at, here's the highway.
That right there is a section corner, so this piece, this piece, this piece, and this piece are in different sections.
Okay.
So the legal descriptions on these, I mean, it's, you can't take this piece and move the and do a boundary line adjustment over to there because of the different sections. If that helps any, but maybe you already knew that, so.
So we got two issues. We got the line and
The taxation.
taxation.
Right. The line we can deal with.
The line you can adjust, but it would be on the tax records to reflect what that should be, not in the county, but in the city.
Yeah.
I think your red line's correct, though. I think those black lines are wrong. Because even if you look at it like just a normal, see if I turn this around, like a normal app, it almost seems like the city line follows this property line. So you still have this little gap in the county. Because I think your red line on this map is correct. I think all the black lines are off, but you're focused on the red line, which follows this line right here. And you can see this.
Yeah, so again, if it was annexed in and just years ago, we just need to move that over so it comes to the road and actually show them in the city and not that.
It almost seems
that
like they were
island
just
of
split because one side.
Right, yeah.
Right, and I can make changes to for me, from an administrator standpoint, I can make changes to that red line to reflect that, but the tax notice should reflect that they are in the city and not in the county.
Yeah, and that's something you guys would have to make sure would change.
Yeah, I don't think we care, one way or another, if that's something. So is this affecting how did this come up? Is this affecting them, like development?
It depends on, who do you go to? I mean, right now, I know there's been, there's Travis Hobbs and those pieces of property.
I can even share a little bit as well, just on like the reason why I reached out to Mitch and started the conversation with Garden City. It sounds like they were kind of already down the road a little bit looking at the issue there. I'm under contract on that property on the corner of Sweetwater right there. Me and a business partner are purchasing that property. We're set to, I guess our due diligence deadline is February 28th, so we wanted to get this all figured out. And then the deadline to purchase is April 28th. And so we're trying to figure out, just like on the development side, hey, can we get a project approved to be able to do what we want on this commercial property? So I called Garden City and they weren't able to tell us because they said, hey, you need to go talk to the county. I called Mitch and Mitch is like, hey, you probably got to go to the city because it looks like it's in the city. So really at the end of the day, we're just trying to figure out what project we can approve on that property to make sure that if we want to do our project that we can get it approved with either the city or the county or whoever it is. Ideally, it's the city, because then the infrastructure is there for us to be able to get water shares, for us to be able to connect to sewer and all of those things. But that's kind of where, like, on our end, it matters, is we're just trying to get the project approved with the right party, so.
So what do we have to do to make sure that it's in the city? What do
Well, I think as long as the commission does agree that that's in the city, and again, I don't know how you change the tax records on that to show that it's in the city. I'm not sure on that. But I think as long as we all agree on that and we change that line that this actually is in the city, I think that's probably about all we'd have to do, but I think it's probably the tax rolls and I don't know how you would go about doing that.
Yeah, would that just be administrative, like telling the recorder to update that? Something that should have been updated? Or do we actually need to make a motion on it?
I don't actually have the answer.
I don't know.
Okay.
So, all right, so I think we probably need to do a little research on this. So you guys been on, we'll talk to Kai about it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think that it's just a clerical error.
And it makes sense to make that's in the city than the way it looks now. And it makes sense if it's not. It should be just the way it's
Yeah.
leaving those little pieces in there, right?
So if there's a section corner right there and the description of the annexation goes to that section corner, then that piece of property, you know, that's fine. But if it goes past that, I mean, I don't know, there should be a description that was recorded of the annexation. And I don't. The recorder should have a copy of the annexation.
Okay, we stop by Kaya's on the way out.
And that description should tell you, you know, if it went down the road or if it stayed over
right
around there.
So what is the process if we find out that it's in the county, but you need to annex it? Is that pretty quick?
Annexation is not a real quick
No.
process. It takes a little time. It probably would not happen in time as far as what they would like to do. That would have to come before the county then. But then that poses a problem when it comes to water, you know, coming into there, but not really a problem.
Ideally for us, if it's just a clerical error that can be fixed with the county recorder, I think that for us obviously makes the most amount of sense. If it seems like that property should be in the city and then it can just be fixed as a clerical error with the recorder, we're even happy to, I think Teri's in that meeting, she's the real estate agent, the listing agent as well on the property, but we're even happy to work with the sellers to pay any property tax to the city that would have needed been paid, or whatever needs to be done to make it right as well for Garden City, we're happy to work on, so.
And we're good with whatever. I mean, if we need to take some time and figure this out, let's do it and just get it corrected. I mean, that's.
Well, I don't know that we can make a decision today. That's what I'm saying. We need to have some verification.
Yeah,
of what
yeah.
we're doing, so.
Yeah, I think we need to do some homework on it and research
Maybe
it.
what we ought to try and do, let's just table this item until our meeting in December, and in the next month here, try to sort this out and find out what the annexation description is, and then move forward with that to see what we need to do to make a correction if we can.
If it's clerical though, I mean, by December, we should know, right, Bill? If it's
I would
clerical,
think so.
it would be, we just do it. If it's not, then we know.
Right.
What we gotta do.
Right, I think we can pinpoint that in the next 30 days.
Okay.
Just put it that way.
Okay.
If
Is that
that's okay.
Is that
Yeah,
good?
well, that's great.
Tanner?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And then for us, we just have that due diligence deadline, kind of February 20th. And so if we can look at it and figure out what to move forward with by December, in that meeting, that'd be awesome. So.
Okay, we'll have a decision by December, whether what it's gotta be, what we gotta do. You'll make sure that gets on the December agenda, right? Okay.
Well, yes, I can do that. I just need to know what needs to happen between now and December.
It needs to be put on the agenda.
That's all I need.
We're just gonna follow up in December, but these guys are gonna go visit Kaya right now.
So, Commissioner Cox, are you gonna get with Kaya then, or do you want me to
I would
do
go
that
in and
one?
talk to Kaya right now.
Okay, so okay.
I would go in and talk to Kaya right now, and let's see what direction she thinks. And in the meantime, if she can pull up that annexation, then we can do some
Okay,
verification
perfect.
of where it is.
Perfect.
And after you do, poke your head in, give us an update.
We'll give you this or this.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, is that everything with that one?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Okay, is that all for me on that one?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to talk to Kaya, or do you want me to take it?
I can, well, I'll let you do it, since you've been dealing with it, I'll let you walk in and talk to her.
Sounds good. Thank you. Norm, you want to come up? So this is the final plat of the, wait till Norm gets here.
Thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
See you here.
So this is the final plat of the Big Bear subdivision. It wasn't too long ago that we were in front of you with the preliminary plat for the Big Bear subdivision. This has had a number of hoops to jump through from the county. It's been through the variance board. requesting some setback reductions on the lakeshore side. They've now satisfied all of the requirements and the comments from the county reviewing engineer. He was brought in front of the planning commission at their last meeting, and the planning commission has recommended approval of the final plat with a couple of items. They felt like it would be worthwhile to include the Garden City Water Company, a signature block for the Garden City Water Company on this, where they'll be receiving water from Garden City. We also require that they submit a bond, and that has not yet been completed, but the planning commission felt like that could be taken care of behind the scenes without coming back for further review. I did receive word from the engineer this morning that they felt like the estimate that came in was pretty low, and so they'd like to see those numbers increased or submit an actual cost estimate from an engineer or a contractor. So I just got that text on the way over.
Now, the cost estimate was from an engineer.
That was from our engineer.
And they just said it was way low, so.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Maybe those two just need to get together and hammer out those details and
Okay.
whatnot. So that was the recommendation from the planning commission, that the final plat be approved, subject to a inclusion of a signature block for the Garden City Water, and then also the completion of the financial guarantee.
I have one question.
Okay.
Where are you gonna put a dumpster?
Oh, we talked about that too.
We did. Where are we gonna put a dumpster, Teri?
See, that's why I come to the meetings. I missed last one, so I didn't know you would talk about a dumpster.
I think where it needs to be is up in lot 1, just off the highway.
That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
Close to the highway.
Yeah, not down in. So we can carve something out
Yeah,
there.
you can do it contingent on that, and we'll draw it in.
Yes, just please have a place.
Yeah. And we'll make sure it's easily accessible.
Okay. All right, and then have the two engineers talk back and forth about the estimate there and create with a bond with that, based on the approval of the planning commission. I'd make a motion that we approve the Big Bear subdivision plat.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded that we approve the Big Bear subdivision. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous
Okay, thank you.
with all those stipulations.
I have a question for you, Mitch.
Yeah.
Kind of related to this, but not really. Under the new state law, is this something that you could approve without us as a land use?
It's not, when we changed the ordinance, we excluded developments in the beach development zone.
Okay.
So they still have to come in as a conditional use permit.
But if this were not by the beach, you could have done it.
Correct.
If they,
We're doing these all over not like this. We're doing plat amendments, a lot of plat amendments, which don't even come before planning and zoning anymore. It just goes between me and Brian House and the engineer for reviews.
if they're hitting all the check boxes, then you just, okay.
Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, we don't typically see big subdivisions in the county. This is the biggest one we've seen in 10 years or so.
Yeah, I haven't seen one in 5 years I've been here.
Yeah, so.
And this is pretty small.
Which is good. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be. Development should be focused in the cities where they have access to a sewer system and a water system and transportation networks and all those things, so. Anyway.
What's the new state law that you're referring to?
The new state law basically says that subdivisions are not supposed to go in front of planning and zoning for public hearings. It takes too long, it drags them out, and they passed a law that requires counties to create a committee that reviews subdivision plats. It does not come in front of the planning commission.
Trying to get more housing quicker and.
Mitch has the
Sounds
authority.
like a bunch of developers down in the legislature.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Can I do that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. Teri, I wanna know where that dumpster's going.
I'll make sure it's there.
Hey,
And you notice how she
It was real quick. It said, I wasn't there. I don't know.
Yeah, I noticed that.
There's
It
been,
would be there if I'd have been.
it seems
'cause I
like,
take notes.
it seems like we have our dump trucks backing into people or buildings and stuff, doesn't it? I mean, anyway.
Yeah, so
Brian Davis,
That's,
is that you?
that's my husband, but
Okay.
I'm here,
Okay.
you know, you get the enforcer here.
Yeah, I talked to your husband on the phone,
Oh, good. Well, I'm Sydney Davis. It's nice to meet you.
Sam Weston.
Nice to meet you.
Bill
Thank
Cox.
you. Thanks for letting me
Jonathan Lee.
take your time today. I'll be fast so that you guys can get to lunch. Thank you. Thank you for hearing us out. So we just want to talk about the Bear Lake Golf Course stage that is right behind our house in Garden City. Not that you guys care, but a little bit about us. We love Bear Lake. We grew up coming here. We have family from the area. We purchased our home back in 2012 with the intent of once we retired, we would come up here and live full time and just be a part of the community, and that's always been our goal. We have never rented the home. We don't do Airbnbs. We just really love our home. We've put a lot of work and heart into it, and have just enjoyed it up until now. This is our home, and then right behind it is that stage. And are you guys familiar with the stage that was built?
Yeah.
Okay, so the home there, the stage was constructed around 2018 as a entertainment venue, which was never actually. It was used a couple of times that first summer, and then it just kind of stopped. And then COVID happened, and everything went crazy. So it's just been sitting there, which is fine. It wasn't ever even quite finished. The roof wasn't done. They come and occasionally roll out paper on top and staple it down, and then it doesn't last very long because it blows into our yard. So given the lack of use as an entertainment stage, I guess the county has then gifted the property back to Nate Perry, who was the new owner of the golf course. It has become an eyesore. There's garbage everywhere. There is like I said, the roof keeps peeling off and blowing into everyone's yards, like 40-foot long pieces of plastic or that papery stuff. It just keeps building up, and it keeps expanding, and it's right up to our property line now. Also, here's some pictures of it. So that's from the back's view. That is the side view. That's our view from our back porch. The other side. These pictures were taken this summer. That's front view. And then that's our house right there. So we want to talk about what is a nuisance. And it is anything that is injurious to health, indecent, offensive to the senses, or an obstruction to the free use of property, so as to interfere with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property. So we are here, I guess I am here today asking you to help us enforce the nuisance code. Because what it has done is it is an eyesore in the neighborhood. We have talked to the HOA and we've talked to all the surrounding houses. Everyone is upset about it. No one's happy about this junkyard that just kind of keeps growing and building, and we've had some exchanges with Nate Perry. They have turned unpleasant. It's become stressful for us, and every time we go up to our cabin, it just seems like almost like he's messing with us, where it just keeps growing, it keeps getting worse. We have approached him many times. At first, when he was nice at first, and he said, listen, I know it's not a good look. we'll organize it, I'll build a fence, it's just temporary. A year and a half later, it is still there, it's grown, there's no fence, there's no organization. And when we have respectfully requested him to, hey, can you please clean this up? He has said, sell your cabin. We have been trying to sell our cabin because we realize, talking to Garden City, which we know this is unincorporated and part of the county instead, which led us here, talking to the HOA. It seems like there's not a lot we can do about it. We have lowered our asking price for our home by $150,000 this year, trying to sell it. We've had all of our feedback that we've gotten. I'm a real estate agent, so I see the feedback that comes back. And all of the feedback is, listen, it's a great property. We love the house. Hate the junkyard in back. Or there's a landfill in the backyard. Or what's going on with all the garbage in the backyard. Because it does abut right up to our property. So this has been really frustrating. And I feel like we're asking now, we're almost fire selling our place. Because what we'd like to do is, get out of the situation with a hostile neighbor now. And I'm not here to tattle, but we're just kind of feel like, we've reached the end of our rope. And like I said, it has become ugly between us and Nate Perry. So rather than fire selling our property and giving it away, which I don't know that we could with that junkyard in our backyard, I guess what we're asking is, can you please help us figure out what to do on this? If there's something concrete we can do, or I feel like I'm up here tattling on him. That's not the case. We are just frustrated and feel like our hands are tied. Like I said, I have talked to the neighbors. My husband has spoken to the neighbors, the different board members of the HOA. Everyone is frustrated, but no one dares to go up against Nate Perry. So, which we're like, this is because it's just right in our backyard.
So when you said he was gonna build a fence, how high would the fence have to be?
I don't know, because we're up above looking down into it, so it'd have to be 40 feet high, which I don't think that will happen, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
But if he could even contain it onto the actual stage and then build a wall around those three sides, I don't know. I just know the crates and the pallets and the piles of wood and the tarps and random pieces of plastic have been there now for a year and a half. And every time we go up, it just keeps, expanding. So he's the one that said, I'll build a fence, but I don't know, because people down below him and above him it's affecting all of us. So I don't know.
Looked to me like if they just stack that wood up in it, stack it in and neatly, and then it'd be a lean-to under it, but.
Cause yeah, or even just maybe put a wall up here and a wall on that side, just so it doesn't, because there's homes here and there's homes all over here, and this just faces the golf course. I don't know, maybe enclose that in and just keep the garbage inside.
So is it actual garbage, or is it just it's building materials?
It's
or what
a little of everything. There's so much there. And I know that he's expanding his golf course, those other 9 holes, or that's the plan, is what we've heard. And he wants to also build homes around the golf course down in that field below. And our fear is that he's going to, then store all the building materials for that here as well.
So that would be his right to do that. I mean, this is his property.
Yes.
And I think we need to make it clear, Sydney, I understand.
Yeah.
If there's an eyesore and it's bugging you guys, but the county can't regulate based on how things look. The only things we can regulate is zoning, setbacks. Now, if there is trash being blown around, that is a nuisance that we can ask Nate to fix. But the fact that he has an ugly shed is not something that we can do anything about. It's his private property, and you know, it's your neighbor, and it's not something that I feel like the commission would do anything about. The same way that, you know, you're in an HOA, which is different, which I think all HOA should be abolished, but
I agree.
you know, if your house was painted bright green and people got bugged about it, you know, that's their problem. And so I just don't think there's anything that we could do other than to ask Nate to clean up if there is blowing trash around. But if he wants to store something in the worst way possible on his own private property, that's, you know, he lives in a country and a county that supports that.
You should be glad you're not next to my ranch. I have some boards.
I think you would make a great neighbor.
Yeah.
Well, so I guess, like I said, it's.
I mean, the relationship with Nate's about the only thing you can do to improve this, as far as like legally, there's nothing that we could do.
Yeah.
Except for blowing trash, and we can verify that there's none of that. You know, that stuff shouldn't be blown into your yard. That is unacceptable. But you know, it doesn't look great, but we can't do anything. Nor would we, I think, if.
Yeah.
And I know that's really frustrating to you. I have some, you know, some family members that have the same type of personality, and it's an asset.
Yes.
But it's going to be, you know, that relationship with Nate's going to be the only thing that you can do to improve that, because we can't tell him to knock it down, or we can't even tell him to clean it up, you know, unless there's blowing trash.
There's no way to even.
No, I mean, if it were inside, I don't know if it's the HOA. It's probably outside the HOA.
It HOA is outside.
Yeah, the HOA could enforce the way things look. But since it's not inside of that, can't even do that.
Okay.
And that's just how it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks, but.
It does suck, but also, I mean, I understand. I was just hoping that maybe, you know.
If trash blows around, let us know.
Oh, it's always blowing.
Yeah, if you know, we can talk to Nate about it, and we all know Nate. That's probably going to be somewhere that has stuff stored for a long time.
Yeah.
You know, for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
But I don't know what else to tell you. What do you guys think?
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, we can't control what he puts on his property, you know, other than if he was actually dumping stuff that should go to the landfill. But, you know, I mean, what is it? One man's junk is another man's treasure, and unfortunately, you know, it's private property, and if he wants to store something there, we have nothing in place in the county that says, you know, you can store wood, but it's got to be stacked neatly, or, you know, whatever.
Nor would we be interested in ever doing something like that.
You know, I mean, I totally understand your frustration. I really do. But if Nate's willing to do something, but we can't, as a county, can't force him to do anything.
I mean, as one of his friends, I could.
I was gonna say, as one of his
I
buddies,
could text him, you know, and see if he's willing to do it. He's a pretty good guy. When you get at odds with him, you know, he may try to prove a point, but.
And I think that's where we're at. And so it started out friendly, and you know, I know it's an eyesore. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, he has a lot going on.
And I
probably had
understand
intentions
that.
of doing it.
Yeah, and his wife, even his cute wife, came over and was like, "I'm so sorry that you had a bad experience with Nate." And we're like, "No, it's fine. We're just, you know, he just said sell your cabin then." Like, and I'm like, "Come on."
He was expressing the same things that we just said to you in the worst way possible.
It was bad. Yeah. Like, it was just. I don't know, but I think for me it's frustrating because we have, like I said, we keep lowering price. We are now, I mean, we are offering a fully furnished, we put tons of money into this house. We love the house.
Yeah.
And people are still like, man, if we love the house, it's just that in the backyard. And
you got to see if you could buy it from him. Buy that portion of the property, yeah. That's one, it's one option.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's just far enough away from your property too that it's not even close to like a setback. you know,
Yeah.
as far as being abutting your property.
Yeah.
You know, if stuff was spilling over, that's another thing, but
Yeah.
it's a little too far away.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Well, thanks for coming and voicing.
Yeah.
And I talk to Mate quite often, and I'll mention to him and just talk to him about.
Well, tell him
You
that
know.
I was really nice though, not to,
Well, you were.
not
You
to
were.
add anything
You were.
else to the pile, but.
No, I'm not gonna stir anything up with him, but we'll just have a discussion and see what his feelings are.
Okay.
You know.
You know the Transtroms over at Geneva?
No, so my husband's family is from Geneva.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're the Bowmans, if you're.
Oh, yeah, Bamies?
Yeah.
Jean Bamey?
No, I don't know, but
Ah.
my husband, his family's all from there. But anyways, thank you for your time.
Yeah,
I
Well,
appreciate
thanks for coming over.
hearing me out.
Absolutely.
And I know
Wish
you
you'd do
guys are
more.
gonna do the best you can in talking
Yeah,
to Nate.
yeah.
We'll have a discussion.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Annalisa.
Thank you.
You guys have a great rest of your week.
You too.
Thank you.
Travis Hobbs he's not online, he's gonna be coming.
Oh, he wants us to call him. We,
He kind of warned us about this part of the our contribution, how it was going to go up because of that wildfire.
sorry, I had his number, just a second. Here it is. Here's his number, right there.
Are you putting it on that one?
What?
Okay, nothing.
Yeah, I can.
He's calling. Hello.
Hey, Tim, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you guys good?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm sorry I couldn't make it today. I'm down in our Salt Lake office at our fall management committee meetings. But anyways, my apologies. But I just wanted to go over the CWS commitment calculation for 2026. I think I had mentioned earlier this year that it was going to go up quite a bit, and it did. And I just wanted to go over what they're looking at and kind of how it all factored. Do you guys have that? I think I sent Annalisa. It should be labeled Cooperative Wildfire System 2026.
Yeah, we have it in front of us.
We have it in front of us, Travis.
Cool. So if you look at the wildfire risk assessment, this is calculated every 5 years. It's updated. So not only did we have that dry fork fire last year, they also recalculated risk assessment, and that went up significantly. I don't know if it was a clerical error or what was going on, but in the past, Rich County's only been paying $79. I have no idea why, and then that went up to $8,522. It surprises me looking at this. In years past, we only had 208 acres under the medium risk category. What's kind of interesting is that number is now 20,821, and then 773 acres of the high risk to get us up to that 8,522. So we had a jump there, and then of course the historic fire cost average. So they look at this on a 10-year cycle. And this is basically what the state's portion of the fire. So if you look at 2024, the Dry Creek fire, the entire thing was about $1 million. The state's portion was basically 330,000. We had there were some other fees from some other fires, but basically 330,000 on that. So that definitely bumped us up because of 2018 and the $1 million fire we had in North Eden. That basically gets lost. That 2018, and then like you could take away like 2017 because they removed the high year and the low year, and then base that on the average. For that is $49,769 for a total participation commitment of $58,291. Now, what's kind of good about this system is it's not like the county cuts a check to the state for that money. What they want to encourage the counties to do is invest in their wildland program, also mitigation efforts, stuff like that. So we can come up, and I think we discussed, like a new equipment purchases, stuff like that can all count towards it. The one thing we're going to have to do is just sit down and come up with some ideas, and then that kind of gets presented to the state, and they kind of give the okay on it. They're pretty lenient about it, though, and it goes through our area manager. I've mentioned a few things like the brush truck, some other things, and like he's pretty good with it. So I think we have a few different options, but I just wanted to let you guys more than anything know that was coming.
Okay.
You guys have any questions?
I'll bet you we went from 208 acres to 20,821. I bet it was a comma error.
I think so. I mean, it's kind of odd that that's there. And, when I first looked at this, I was thinking, 208 acres is all your medium risk is. But I'm not, of course, if they made the error, I mean, they're not going to come back on the county. But I do think, like, the county's probably got a pretty sweet deal for the past 5 years. We'll say that.
Yeah. But I bet it was just wrote down wrong.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
But anyways, like, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that brush truck or which direction. I mean, we could probably do some mitigation work, probably come up with a way to accomplish that. I don't know. I got some ideas, but I guess it's just something we should probably be discussing. And I really think we're supposed to kind of have that put together, that proposal sometime in February is usually when they like to see it. So we'll just have to, we got some time, but I was just wanting to bring that up, let you guys kind of know that before, the budgets, you guys have got it all hammered out and everything else.
Yeah.
So on the brush truck, could the entire amount of the cost of the brush truck go against this?
I think so. I will double check with the area manager, but I do think that would be an option. He also mentioned like we could do, because we can see that this is probably going to stay about the same for the next 5 years. Well, depending on next year, we aren't going to have a big increase next year because we got lucky this year, no big fires. So we could probably expect, though, at least that 58,000 over the next few years. So I guess there's a few ways we could do it. We could try to do it all in 1 year, or we could try to write off that truck, maybe split it, for over 3 years, like that total cost. I'm sure we have some options. I don't know if you guys lean one way or the other more, but it would kind of offset, I guess, if we had that, we spent $125,000 on a truck and maybe you break that out over a 2 or 3 year time, maybe that would help alleviate some of them costs.
That was the other question I had is could we split it over years? So,
I think so. And I mean, like, cause little things, like, remember we bought some, new radios, some wildland fire radios. So like we are going to be spending money on some other things, like, I mean, not really big expenditures, but when we do that, that kind of stuff can count as well. So things like that will probably come up over the next few years. You know, we'll probably need to replace just various things. And if we do that and kind of break that out, maybe that'll help us not have to swallow such a big bill, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
I guess maybe you can just confirm with them if we did do a brush truck, if we could break that up over 2 or 3 years, if that works.
Yes, I will verify that. In fact, I'm in meetings with him pretty much for the next couple of days, so definitely get a chance to talk it over with him.
Okay, because I like the idea of the brush truck then generating some revenue as well.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that's kind of nice about, like, yeah, we can offset some of these costs. Like, yeah, so if the brush truck, we have it, we can offset those costs. Like when we go on a BLM fire or a Forest Service fire or even out of county, you know, we've helped in Logan Canyon, we've helped in many places. I mean, that's what we try to do, is be neighborly, help the other places. Those costs can be definitely offset. And then, of course, off season, that truck could even, you know, end up in, like, we could send it in the springtime to Texas when they're struggling, or, you know, Arizona when we're not really dealing with any wildfires. We could send that out and actually have a pretty good income stream off of sending that out. So there is a lot of options for sure.
Okay. And then have you got your overall, you know, we're going to be doing budgets, so have you got your overall wildfire budget?
I was kind of looking over last year's, Annalise had sent that to me last year. I don't really anticipate any changes. The one thing that I wanted to bring up was this House Bill 48, and we have not got tons of information on that. And in fact, these meetings that I'm going to be at, hopefully by the end of this, I'll have a little better understanding. But there is some concern I have of the inspections that are going to be going on. So they're going to be asking the counties to conduct these actually house assessments in high wildfire risk areas. The biggest question is going to be is how many of those inspections are we going to be up against trying to do? If that number gets very high, I think it almost comes to the time where probably going to need to like look at a full-time assistant for the county or something to try to offset that. Now there is some availability on those funds when we go and do the inspection that the county can actually collect, so to try to offset that, so it's not just like we're going out doing inspections for free, that there would be an administrative cost of that. The problem is we have not seen, like, I have not got any confirmed information on what's going to be allowed and what those costs are going to be. And so basically, you're going to have a rating system, and we do know this much, is there's going to be a 3-tiered rating system for every house that's in the hazardous wildland urban interface. That map hasn't really been developed. It's supposed to be getting done like in the next few weeks. And then that rating system, so I mean, just to throw out easy numbers, let's say it's like $100 for the worst house that's in the worst shape, and maybe say $50 for a house that's in averagely bad shape, and then maybe it's $25 for like a low risk home. If those numbers or something along those lines hold true, and I don't have no idea, they might be even higher than that. The county will collect that money, I guess, based on the square footage of the home, I think is figured into it as well. And the county is able to keep a portion of that for the inspection fee. Again, the biggest question is how many of these inspections are we going to be like having to do? That's, I guess, the $1 million question. Because if it's not like a absorbent amount, it's something I think we can handle. But if it does become so many inspections, and then of course you're going to have re-inspections and follow-ups, that's where things get a little crazy.
So Travis, these inspections are gonna take place in the WUI, but are those lines of the WUI who establishes those lines of what's in the WUI and what's out?
That's the problem, is it's the state is going to be doing it so they have a few different tools. They call it the URAP, which is kind of available, and it's basically a portal that looks at a bunch of different metrics, steepness of roads, brush loading, all sorts of different things, aspect, like pretty much almost anything you can name that would affect a wildfire. So they're looking at that and then going to build this map that nobody has given out. It's actually a real problem, because without that and knowing what we're up against, we're kind of just guessing, and we've got I've had a lot of frustrations with our state office about not having this completed. And I do think there is, saying that, they were kind of thrown this in April, trying to do that with the staff at our state office we had a busy wildfire season statewide, and trying to do all this. And I think now is there's a mad push to get it done. The problem is I really wish they would have maybe put another year buffer in this, but it's kind of coming down the pipeline quickly.
Okay.
They're good at giving you jobs and not helping about it.
Yes, and it's a little frustrating. And I guess I do see both sides of it. I know it's hard to be thrown this. I think it basically got approved when the legislative session ended. What was that, April? And then we're rolling right into fire season. I get it, but it's just a little frustrating for sure. And I feel bad that I can't, because there's a lot of questions from, and I've tried to go, I think I made it to about 8 different homeowners association meetings this year, tried to give them some warning of some of these things that were coming out, but without having all of the details, I'm kind of going in there saying, hey, this is coming and you should prepare for it, but I don't know how bad it's going to be.
Yeah.
So that's a little frustrating.
Yeah, I agree.
But I will try, maybe I'll do a follow-up. Hopefully I'll get some more information from this meeting. And then I'll try to do a follow-up and see how urgent, getting an assistant would be, and how we could maybe offset some of those costs, that kind of thing. We are paying, we do have the seasonal assistant now, but, to get somebody on full time to try to, if we do have a whole bunch of inspections, how could we offset those costs and not have it, crush the budget? So.
Yeah.
And also, is there going to be any help from the state? That's my other question is what, I don't know. And I guess the real problem is, and I think everybody knows this, but I think sometimes small counties are kind of forgotten about a little bit when some of these decisions are made. They're making these decisions based on, counties with large staff and a whole bunch of people in there. And I think sometimes we get a little bit forgotten about. And so I've kind of been screaming as loud as I can, hey, don't forget about us.
Yeah. Well, not sometimes, but usually all the time. Rural is forgot about.
Yes, and it's frustrating. I just think these decisions are made and they're thinking about places, Utah County, Salt Lake County, even Cache, it's very difficult for a small county to it's just hard. And the other thing we struggle with, as you guys well know, is we have a very big seasonal, a lot of cabins that are in the wildland urban interface, where maybe another small county doesn't have quite as many seasonal homes. A lot of them would be filled with residents. So that just affects us a little differently too. So. Yeah.
Maybe we'll push for another year on it.
Yeah.
Snyder would have to probably run that legislation, but maybe if he can see that you know, if we do this and do it right. The thing of it is, we can't piecemeal it. I mean, that's the thing. It's gotta be, everybody's, you know, if we can't do inspections within a year, you can't just all of a sudden start charging half of the houses that you got inspections for and not charge the other half. That's just not, that's not fair. I mean, that's discriminatory, and we'll just get in trouble that way. And so, and he knows that, so.
Oh yeah, and I think Casey is good, and you know, and I do think in the long term, I mean, I truly believe this. I think that this House bill could do a lot of good to kind of incentivize homeowners to care a little bit about like where they're building, what kind of construction materials they're using, and then just overall maintenance. Because that's the other thing, is what's kind of hard is we go out and do lot inspections before every house is built. But once that house is established and 10 years goes by and vegetation has a chance to regrow, we kind of don't have anything to really incentivize homeowners to think about this stuff. And at the end of the day, you know, we get a big fire in Sweetwater. I mean, you see like $1 million fire up Dry Fork, and you overlay that in Sweetwater, we're talking, you know, a $20 million fire real quickly. And ultimately, it's the county, you know, that kind of is on the hook for that. So it's one of those things.
Okay. All right.
But I'll keep in touch, guys. I'll try to get some more information. I do think there's going to be some that comes out. I also think as this goes out, I truly do think, Bill, like you were saying, the way that this is kind of shaping up, I'm guessing inspections are going to probably start, and there's going to have to be some buffer time in there. You know, I don't even know. And I was thinking even a big county like Weber County to try to go and all of the homes that they would have, like that's a very, very big undertaking. So, yeah.
Well, and especially where we don't even know where the map lines are at the moment. That's the thing.
That's the thing.
Where do you start? That's the thing.
Yes.
Where do you start?
Yep.
Okay, Trav.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Hope you guys have a good day.
You too, thanks.
Yep, you bet. See ya.
See ya.
Okay, looks like he's last. I would.
There's another side. I mean, there's 2 pages.
Yeah, but
We're at a break, right?
I mean, can't we go to lunch or?
You scheduled us through lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were
How dare you?
finishing up, so.
I would make a motion we approve the invoices.
Second.
Okay, moving and second, the expenditures be approved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So you want to vote or want me to? We'll be at the meeting, so.
You can.
All right. You make a motion.
I make a motion that we,
Here, let me make a motion. I'll make the motion that we appoint Bill, Commissioner Cox as the Rich County representative, and Sim as the alternate?
Yeah.
Representative for the Utah County Indemnity Pool Annual Membership Meeting.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
moving second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I think we all three have to sign it right there.
Does it need a resolution number?
I'm not sure. This does have space for it.
25-10.
Okay. John, have you had a chance to look at the minutes?
I have.
Okay.
Are you good?
I'm fine, yeah.
I'll make a motion, we approve the, last month's October minutes.
Second.
Moving second that the minutes be approved for October 1st. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We'll now break for lunch. Resume back at 1 o'clock.
Minutes. Did we have the September minutes to approve?
I thought we did, but I can go look.
Well, if we did, we don't have them in the October minutes that we approved the September minutes.
Do I have that we approved the expenditures?
Maybe they weren't.
Might have missed both of those, sorry.
Here I stand corrected. We moved to approve the September minutes and also, the expenditures. All right. Okay.
Okay, good.
We're good.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, I'll call the Rich County Commission meeting back to order. First item on the agenda is Richard Droesbeke from the State Park. If I'll have you state your name and stuff for the record and who you have with you.
I'm Richard Droesbeke, Park Manager for Utah's Bear Lake State Park. I have with me Jeff Fry, who's the Assistant Manager for the park. I think I've introduced him a couple of years ago, but in January, he took over as the Parks Assistant Manager and moved up from the Parks Buildings and Grounds Supervisor. So I'm here today just to give kind of our annual report that we give to you guys about how the park's done this past year. So in the basic sense, I've been the park manager now working on 19 years, but in my 18 summers here, it's been the busiest summer we've ever had.
This last one?
Yeah. And talking to a lot of business owners, especially July was their busiest month that they've had as well. So in the visitation figures, they do these based upon the calendar year, not calendar year, the fiscal year, so the end of June 30th. But from July 1 of 24 to June 30th, 2025, our division's reporting 664,220 visitors to the park. And then as you can compare it to the previous years, you can see how that's gone up. 2021, between 2021 and 2022, those were what we call the two COVID summers. We peaked up, but then last year we went higher than that, and this year we went even a little bit more higher. And like I said, July, which isn't a part of this report, July of 2025 wasn't included that, but it was probably our busiest summer since I've been here. And part of that can be attributed that we've had our North Eden facility was fully operational, and then we also opened up 26 campsites at Rainbow Cove that had been shut down for about 3 summers. So we saw a lot more visitation that way.
So you're guessing this figure will be up next year too?
Most likely.
It's kind of hard that doesn't include the full summer. It's kind of throwing my brain off.
If they did it the calendar year, that'd be great. But,
yeah.
And then the revenue collections. This is where our division really likes to kind of gauge the success. And I did ask some questions, and as you notice in the fiscal year 25 report, that figure includes the sales and transient room taxes that are collected. In previous years, they've always taken those out. They said it doesn't affect your profit margin because it's an expense that we collect, and then it gets paid straight out. But I'm like, but it's good for us to know how much is, how much we collect. And some folks still are, even when I go to and give a report to the Chamber of Commerce about how things have gone, they're like, you collect sales taxes? I'm like, yes, we do. And we also we have direct collection of transit room tax. So this past fiscal year, total taxes collected was about almost $146,000. About $104,000 in sales tax and the rest in transient room tax that was directly collected through people that come and camp at the park. Even though they're in their own RV, the transient room tax is taken out of it because we provide the services and the facilities for that.
So you guys do break out the campers, and that's transient room tax just from the campers. I never thought about that because obviously you can't collect it from people just entering the park in general.
No, but if they're camping overnight, that's taken out of that part. And then we do have a concession on the east side that has 6 cozy casitas, and she pays into the transit room tax as a part of her business on the east side there. So, but you can kind of compare that. So this year's, if you kind of want to compare apples to apples with the transit room tax, if the tax was taken out, we were $2,640,000 roughly in revenues. But now other park managers have agreed, hey, it's nice to know the taxes, and so now they're gonna start reporting it so that we can report the full revenues, including the taxes. Anyway, so we can compare that way. Again, our biggest year for the revenue collected, not quite as high as one of the COVID summers on the profit. But you go back to fiscal year 21, that was actually, I had one less full-time staff person at the time before Jeff was hired on full-time back then, and that's one of the reasons why there's a higher profit margin. And then down at the bottom of that page, we just kind of break out percentage-wise of that 2.78 million or 2.8 million, the percentage of where we collected at, what is collected through. From camping to day use to slip rental to something that we started up this past year, some retail sales, our special use permits, and then our concessions, make their royalty payments to us, and then now I've included the combined taxes. So camping is still our #1 revenue producer. Day use has picked up a little bit over the years, because as more and more of these Airbnbs and short-term rentals get rented, people come, and they still have to come to the lake. So they most of them will still come to one of the park areas where they go to Idaho's North Beach or to Rendezvous Beach, and we've seen a big increase in people going to our North Eden Beach area. And now that we've improved the access to Rainbow Cove, the little beach on the north end of Rainbow Cove, we suspect that's going to get more popular. And so that's kind of the visitation and the revenue figures. And on the back side, you can cover a few of those things.
I can. So, park events, activities organized, the annual Cisco Disco or Bear Lake Monster Plunge Winterfest event. We had that just keeps continuing to grow every year, as everybody knows, and it's going to be a nice event this year. It's going to be hosted in January this year.
Yeah, 30th and 31st. We have made some, as an organizing committee, because it's done through the Chamber of Commerce.
Right.
After this year, we're gonna be moving Winterfest to President's Day weekend, and then on Martin Luther King weekend, Mark Schmidt and those guys are trying to organize the first in the winter of the ski touring that'll be held on the Walmsley property out there, Lake Town Round Valley. But one thing we've seen a little bit, the Cisco run the last few years has become less and less dependable, and it's moved later into the summer, or into not summer, later into January and into February, and then with changes that Wildlife's had, the new wildlife biologist hasn't been responsive to us in helping to continue the making of the fries, the scones, and catching the Cisco. So we're just kind of separating from the Cisco run and maintaining Winterfest that way. So, and it puts it on a holiday weekend, so hopefully we get another night stay out of folks in. Because that's what, back when, what's her name?
Carmen?
No. Judy Holbrook.
Oh.
When she was in Tami's position, when she came to me and said, what event can we start? What can we do? It was based upon trying to get, as she put it, heads in beds for at least one night, if not multiple nights. And we tied it to the Cisco run, but now it's a big enough event on its own that they can survive without having the Cisco run of being part of it. All right.
Our Raspberry Days Boat Light Parade. How many vessels did we have included in that this year?
This year we had about 12.
Yeah. And then we have over 30 special use permits, events, other activities throughout the year. Major projects, Rendezvous Beach, had many repairs, upgrades to the water system. It's ongoing currently. We have some electrical upgrades and a standby generator that's being put in to help with that. system, the marina expansion project. What do you want to talk about there? There's a lot there.
Well, you see some, the last 3-4 weeks, if you've been dropped by, you've seen them actually building the dikes out. So that's a big thing. They are a little ahead of schedule, which is good. Been dealing with a few issues where we're getting the soils right now that are coming off of our, what we call our southwest pit. There's some restrictions from wildlife and BLM, but we've gotten an exception from them that will allow us to do that, because we don't have to pay for that soil. Whereas the soils that they put in what they call the parking lot that was first built, came out of a pit near Bloomington. They have to pay for that. And the last discussion yesterday, it's like each day that we can pull out of that southwest pit saves us $50,000 in cost of material, and it's a shorter distance to haul it. And it's actually, if you saw some of the first ones go in, the turbidity, the color of the soils coming out of the Bloomington pit it would bleed into the lake and create an orangish red look. This stuff coming off the southwest pit hardly has any bleed out. So.
Yep, and then we're still looking at funding for our department for another restroom in that. And then the dip tank has been funded. So we'll have a dip tank in the new marina.
Yeah, we'll have kind of a state-of-the-art dip tank. I don't know if any of you guys were involved with the process when that came up this past legislative session. They were asking for money for two, one at Pineview and one at Jordanelle. I think Senator Wilson was involved, but they said, what about one for Bear Lake? They're building a new marina. If you got one in the new marina, they're like, no. I says, well, let's get money for it. And so we got money to get that put in. That's a good get.
Yeah, it is. I've been fighting about it because they're gonna do away with the boat check up on Logan Canyon because of that. And there's a lot of boats that go to the lake without going to the marina.
Yeah.
And in Bear Lake Regional Commission meetings, we've fought and fought, but I think they're gonna pull that check off.
We still have some time, because they said they're gonna continue those, and that when the new marina comes online, they're gonna take those away. But Idaho has not been doing one, and I don't know if they actually got one set up, but from what I hear from Andy Stokes, Idaho's Bear Lake State Park Manager, they're gonna do one on the north end again. They're gonna bring that in. They were trying to do one this year. I don't know if they actually got it all set up, but they're trying to bring one back for the North Beach Road. It doesn't make sense, because Bear Lake's one of the unique places where all the access points are not controlled.
Right.
And people can bring boats up and launch boats from the private land with tractors, and we need to do what we can to.
And that's why I've kept trying to keep that alive there on top of Logan Canyon. But
And this year with the canyon construction, I saw a lot more traffic coming this way through Randolph, and they didn't have that check station operated until July 4th weekend, I think, and
just for a few hours.
It was better than the year before, but it still could use more. But anyway, that's just we'll work together. To me, it's. I
think we need to try and keep pushing to keep those check stations open, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely. But that is awesome that you're gonna have a dip tank there.
Yeah, one of the things that they do at the Garden City one, at the summit, is they will do the decontamination there. Now, change in process and protocols is with the dip tank, they can do the checks, and then we just get a way to identify and follow them through to make sure that they can get their decontamination done at the marina. Because right now, if Jeff or somebody were to do a full decontamination, it takes 30 to 45 minutes, depending upon the nature of the boat. With a dip tank, within 10 minutes, you're done. So it shortens the time a lot, and it makes it a whole lot easier.
Yeah. And there's no cost, right, for that? We're not doing any kind of a fee?
Additional costs? Yeah. No. Especially if they've gone in and paid for their annual EIS fee, then that's supposed to be all included in that process.
And we have we have a plan to be a multi-DNR administrative building with the new marina, but currently we don't have funding for it, so that would be something we're working towards.
To me, that kind of makes sense, because we have 4 DNR agencies that work heavily up here, of course, parks, wildlife, forestry, fire, and state lands, because it's all the sovereign lands of the lake bed, and then the Division of Law Enforcement, all need some type of administrative offices, and this makes a lot of sense. But as we went through the process of identifying the marina and what we wanted, we kind of had, this is our wish list, okay, let's make this reality. We cut it back, and then, all right, we cut back to that and said, okay, this is what it's going to cost us to build all that. And it's like, what do you want? You want more marina, or do you want more upland land stuff? It's like, focus on the marina. Let's get the launch ramp, let's get the dikes built, let's get all that built. And so some things we had to tighten the belt even more, and that's where that restroom and the multi-DNR administrative building were cut. We've had it designed and planned. Number 1 now is the metal restroom that needs to be put in. I'll take that over top of the administrative building, so to serve the public.
Speaking of your launch ramp, I see it's on here, but when we get to that, let's talk about the old concrete launch ramp and your TRT request. Just telling you so you remind me.
Yeah.
Yeah, then along the east side, Rainbow Cove improvements, he discussed 26 campsites there. It's still primitive camping, but we have had that open throughout the summer, and we'll continue to do that until we move on to the next few phases with that. Issues, new law enforcement division was created in January 1, so we're still working through some of the kinks with that and changes and growth pains and whatever, but it has been a good thing for the park in many ways, just for us to be able to focus on the park's needs and have law enforcement be separate.
Are you the only 2 full-time employees that are non-law enforcement? Okay.
And then, so with that change, we lost 2 full-time positions at the park, being we had 4 rangers.
We had 5 full-time people before the change took place. We had 5 of us, and 4 of us were law enforcement. I elected to stay with the park and kind of like retire from law enforcement after 32 years of being a law enforcement state park ranger. But one thing the state parks was very, very good at was we were very efficient and effective in how those positions were used. So when law enforcement activities in natural resource environment were slow, we utilized them to help us with park operations and administrative stuff. And since January, they granted me to fill the assistant manager role, but we're still 2 people short. And we've been filling the crunch of that. And basically those 2 full-time positions are used to, the funding that we had is to fund 2 of the positions that state law enforcement.
Yeah, so with that, numerous times throughout the season, especially the park had reached capacity, filled Rendezvous Beach many times. So we direct people down to North Eden and Rainbow Cove, where we have some new day use areas to help alleviate some of that pressure. Housing for full-time and seasonal employees, we still have some seasonal housing down at Rendezvous Beach. We have 2 tiny homes that we house some of our seasonal staff in, and we're looking to increase that in the future so that we can have the people we need seasonally. And then at the marina, our bottlenecks been the launch ramp, of course, people backing boats and retrieving. That tends to slow things down, especially on the busy weekends, holiday weekends.
The retrieval is what's our biggest bottleneck. I don't know if I mentioned this last year, but as we went through the process of developing the marina, they asked us some questions on how long it would take somebody to launch a boat and how long it would take somebody to retrieve a boat. And when we timed them, someone to launch a boat from when they're at the end of the prep lane, ready to go, the average was 5 to 6 minutes to be able to back that boat down, launch it, and pull out. The retrieval varied between 12 and 16 minutes per boat, so it almost tripled the time it takes, because, same thing. They lead the prep lanes back down, time to get on the trailer secured, and then back up into the wipe down lanes. That's why we saw a lot of times in the late afternoons and evenings of traffic backing up. This year, Saturday of Labor Day weekend, we almost backed up to the highway, but not quite. And there were a couple other days. So that's the good part about having those new queuing lanes, is we're not backed up to the highway. But 2 summers ago, on the Saturday of Labor Day weekend, because I was out directing traffic, we backed up all the way to Mike's Market with those with the queuing lanes. Anyway, so that's our thing. We're planning with the new marina expansion. Currently, we call it 7 lanes of launch ramp in our current marina. The new one is going to have 10 lanes, but the lanes are going to go from approximately 10, 11 feet wide to 14 foot wide too. So when someone backs down and at the very end they can't their boat trailer, they'll have more room. So we can keep the lanes usable more. So that's one of the things we've designed into that new marina.
So if you were to replace that old ramp, you would do it after the new marina's open? Sooner the better. You would just close things down.
Yeah. So the current launch ramp has 7 lanes. The 2 newest ones were put in the late '90s when they expanded the marina to its current size. Those two concrete lanes are in great shape. What we're looking at is the original 5 lanes that were poured in probably 1961, because we opened the marina in 1962.
What portion of the lanes?
So it's the 5 north lanes.
But like if you were to take like out of the total percentage of that ramp, what portion of it's the old? Like half of it?
More than half.
Okay.
Because there's 7 lanes.
And they're all equal size?
They're all about 10, 11 feet wide, and then you've got...
So 5/7.
So 50, 55, 60 feet of old concrete. And if you do it in the off season, like this time of year, you'll be able to handle the capacity. Those 2 current lanes will stay open while they work on it.
Okay, that makes sense. And you got the quote from Whitaker for $248,000?
Yeah.
That seems pretty cheap.
And their work, they actually bid that, because the current launch ramp concrete is between 6 and 8 inches thick. What they would take out, they would replace with the specs that they're building the new 12 inch.
12.
They'd actually go down in and dig down about 10 inches deeper, put in new base, and then 12 inches of concrete instead of the 6 to 8 that we currently have.
Wow.
And if you look at it, they'd actually go in with some like sandbags and go down a little bit to the next seam in the concrete, which right now is about a foot to 8 inches deep in the water. They'd build a little cofferdam, pump it out, and then take down to that point, and then back up to the asphalt.
Okay.
So they're like, yeah, if we can do that now, this is the best time, because the lake right now for the last month has stayed at the current level. It hasn't, even though we've had some rain, it hasn't risen back up. Now it's the best time to actually do that. So
if this is something that the commission approved, obviously this money's not available until next year.
Did January 1 or when?
Is it usually January 1 when we start spending? Yeah.
So they can still.
Is that going to be a problem?
They may have to do a few things, like trying to.
Could you get the money floated to you from the state parks and then reimbursed?
That's something. If it gets approved, I'd have to work through that process.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Because typically state parks, I think when I read through the process is we pay for it to get done and then get reimbursed once it's all done. State usually doesn't quite do that. They like to pay for it when it's all done. But
yeah,
if we have an account somewhere that's got $250,000 in it and can kind of float what you said, then maybe we can make this work.
Okay.
But first I have to hear if it gets approved.
Or if Whitaker's fine just to say, hey, this is a January project,
Yeah. They'd be able to do it now because they don't know what winter's going to be like, but it is what it is.
It'll be cold.
Anyway, so does that answer your questions about the launch ramp? And
yeah, because I was running the math. I mean, looks like the state parks has collected, probably around 270 to 300,000 since 2017 in TRT taxes, because we're trying to calculate. 'Cause right now, you're sitting at about 3 to 4% of our total collection, which is pretty good.
And we haven't asked for it before,
Yeah.
but last year, I think we get the report, you said, hey, talk to me about this, and
Yeah.
Tami reminded me about it, like, let's do it, yes,
I think it's hard for us to fathom that the state doesn't have, it has much bigger pockets than the county. Not to say that this isn't like a perfect project for it, but in my brain, I just think surely they can afford it themselves. Somewhere in that 60 to 70 million bucks. But again, it's not to say that this project isn't perfect and that it won't be approved. It's hard to spend money on something that feels like it's not owned by the county.
The park is a big integral part of the economy.
And you're important, and what you guys do is important, and you're really easy to work with. So I think that factors into things quite a bit.
But, economic wise, the park, the marina and the park generate a lot of economic activity for the county.
Well, TRT board recommended that we do it. That was their recommendation.
All right.
Okay, so we skipped over parking capacity, but that's another issue for us at the marina, just the overflow parking situation. Some of that's gonna be alleviated with the new marina, but, that's still something we've been monitoring with the canal and.
Well, and so the new marina, currently we have like 53 parking stalls that allow a vehicle with a boat trailer to park. In the new configuration, when it's done, we'll have about 171 capacity. That'll be huge. But, if you go 15, 20 years down the road, we still may be maxing out our overflow parking.
So you have 51 in the marina, or 51 including the overflow?
No, 51 in the marina.
Okay.
So those are marked stalls.
Do you know how much can fit in the overflow? You guys ever mapped it out?
It's kind of estimated being how they park and use the space.
Changes every day.
And if we can organize it, it changes every day. But typically, on a busy Saturday, we'll have between 400 and 500 boats launch at the marina. Some of those people will take it back, but we'll put, depending on how it's parked up there, anywhere from 150 to 250 vehicles up there.
So the new marina will be close to what you can hold
Yeah.
up in the overflow.
And some people look at it this way too, is right now we'll let people launch and retrieve a boat many times when they come up. The new marina's gonna have the capacity for boats to be in slips, which means they're not gonna be using the launch ramps daily.
Yeah.
So we're gonna eliminate a lot of that congestion early on.
Okay.
First Point, we had several Saturdays, I don't know if you drove by there, but I think one of the busiest ones, we counted like about 100 vehicles with boat trailers that somehow found a place to park north and south of parking almost down to Vista Grande. So we're trying to address that issue a little bit more, but we don't have a lot of space, but sometimes they park on the bike path, the non-motorized path, but but that's.
Yep. We'll touch on that in a minute. So Rendezvous Beach, day use parking capacity, how many stalls do we have there?
We have about 290 that are marked on the paved, in the main parking lot. We have our overflow areas, and this year we overflow, if we park them nicely between the three areas that we park them, we can put about 500 vehicles there for day use.
Right. And we've made some improvements to some of those parking areas this year to separate campers versus day use and help with that. And then additional day use restroom.
That'd be nice, because the number of folks that we have coming, that would be nice to have a third restroom
Currently have
on the beach.
two restrooms there on the day use side of things, so looking at another one there. We didn't touch on it for the marina, but we'll be eliminating one of our restrooms during this construction process. So we'll have a need for porta potties and that kind of thing through the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I have on that list of that, what do you call the middle restroom needs funding. Because right now we have 2 restroom buildings. One's a little bit small, but that one, the small one on the north end's getting tore down. And when they finish the project, we'll have a new larger one on the very north end with our current office building that has restrooms on the south end, but we have nothing in the middle. And we're gonna increase our capacity by basically double the ability for people to use the slips, et cetera, but yet we don't have that restroom facility. That's why it's important to me.
And then, still on our agenda to have a renovation of our Cottonwood campground. Some of the other areas have been renovated, most other areas, so that one has a plan drawn up. We just need funding to make that one happen as well. And then, at east side, we started talking about the First Point Culvert into the Cisco Road. So where it comes across from the county road, it drains silt and mud and debris onto our 2 roads there, First Point. So we're looking at some options there to address that with culverts. We also have the first draft from an engineer for making parking and the day use area there at First Point a better situation for everybody. Anything else you want to touch on with that?
No, last time we met, we were talking about, what's this? Braden, who's your roads?
Brandon Rowe.
Brandon. We have not been able to connect. We thought we would have a meeting set up with them down there, and we just have not been able to make that connection on those culverts. But we're still trying to push for.
So when that backs up right there, it also drains onto the bike path and causes issues for the county. So interdiction efforts. So we touched on this too. The AS check stations. Hopefully we can maintain the one at the summit. There's private launches in other areas that people are launching, but the dip tank, once that's installed, will help speed things up too for both wildlife and us.
All right.
Anything else?
Pretty much those culverts just need to be cleaned out, is it?
The one that goes under the road
needs to be lengthened out, probably.
Well, you've lengthened that, but you'd have to lower it for the way that the design of the road. When they rebuilt the road, they put the culvert in a spot that we didn't quite have it before. And then when, for some reason, when certain storms hit up that little draw there, it just kind of flashes up. And last year it filled. And the county roads came in and tried to do what they could. It's still partially filled as it is now, but where it runs across our upper road, which is used for parking, and it brings that red, silty mud down and gets sticky, and then it rolls down into our lower road, which is right now the primary access to get the launch ramp. It makes it bad too. So we almost need 2 culverts, one that we can drop under each section. But we're always running that risk of it clogging up. And this past year we had a couple of times where it clogged up and up onto the bike path and then went further north.
Well, get with Brandon on that.
What we can do to, you guys could a little nudge him along to, hey, reach out to these guys. That would be helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else? That's our report.
Thank you.
Been successful as far as we can tell, but hopefully hasn't created too much impact upon other county operations.
Sounds like it was lots of people came. Still growing.
Yeah. Still coming, and if you get more Airbnbs or nightly rentals, like I said, that's where our day use has seen the increase, is because our camping helps out, but it's people that rent, they want to come find a place at the lake somewhere, and North Beach gets pretty packed, and Rendezvous gets pretty packed, and then our east side areas we've opened up, and like I said, North Eden's getting found, and the new Rainbow Cove Beach would also be a nice place. So some people just have to explore from the west side to the east side.
Yeah. Okay. Well, appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Yep.
Ross.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Thanks, Reggie.
Take care, Richard.
Thanks for coming.
Okay. Thad and Cammy, come on up.
You wanna sit where you can see it, or you wanna turn away from the?
Don't mind stating your names and who you represent while you're here.
Okay, I am Tami McKinnon, and I represent myself and my family and Overlook Properties, along with B&T Holdings LLC, which are companies my husband is involved in.
Okay, Thad Willis representing myself from Lake Town. And I'll just introduce and then I guess go from there.
Okay.
So, for myself, mostly for Cammy, we have the same common issue. But the one thing I want to say just for myself is I'll start with the end in mind. All I want is to get my deeds recorded. That's all I'm here for. And I've been trying, we're coming up on 3 years to get some deeds recorded. And I have made multiple trips to the courthouse, and the first time, because I was dealing with my parents' estate, I came in, sat down, was given a list of what I need to do. I did all those things, went to Hickman Title in Logan, got it all done, came back, said it was done wrong, went back, came back, said it was done wrong, went back, made 3 trips, thought we had it done, waited 6 months, came back, was not done, came and met with, I won't use names, one of the junior deputies, and they said they had no idea how to do it. So we waited, came back, met with the recorder, had some other reasons. I guess if you want details, you can ask me why it couldn't get done or why it hasn't been done. Went back last February, just to cut to the chase. I thought we had it all done. I put it to bed. I want to take one of the parcels of ground to switch to my son to build a home, and it still had not been done. And last week we got, I have them if you want to see them, we got our tax notices, and 3 of them still aren't done. There's still 2, I take that back, 2 have not been done, 1 of them's done incorrectly. And I talked to, and I found that out, the first part hadn't been done when I went to go switch it to get the title ready, and Hickman Title informed me that it was still not done. So
just a question with that.
Sure.
So, when you said you went to Hickman Title, and you came back and they said it wasn't done right, Hickman Title corrected that, right? And then you brought
that's when we talked. So whatever we thought, so I just was trying to do everything I was asked to do to get it done.
Okay. And as you brought it in and it still wasn't done, was there any excuses of why it wasn't done right? It wasn't.
Well, that time, sorry, it's kind of multiple visits. It was another one of the junior deputies who said she didn't even have a password to get on the computer.
Okay.
First junior deputy, the 2 different ones.
Right.
Once again, we'll use names.
Yeah.
The 3rd trip, I believe, or 4th, it was one of the new junior deputies said, I don't even have a password to get on and I'm not allowed to do it.
Okay, so, but the holdup has been in our recorder's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so we thought we had done last February, and I just let it go, just got busy. And then when I went to go give my son one of the parcels to build on, I was informed that it was had not been completed or recorded. And then we just got the tax notices, and that was verified that they're all still wrong.
Okay. So, over a period of time, with a correction, your tax notices are still coming in your dad's name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mom and Dad's still name are still on, so I'll give you their address. I'll give you the plot number of the cemetery.
Okay.
So I was gonna get sarcastic, I won't. I guess I'll just pay the taxes again. I've almost thought about holding the taxes ransom. But we'll just pay them. But they're still wrong.
Okay.
Two of them are wrong, and one of them's never been changed. It doesn't matter.
So,
They're just
so explain that to me. 2 of them are wrong. What's wrong about them?
they're in my mom and dad's name, and they got put into my brother's and the trust name.
Okay. Okay.
And then 2 of them are still in my mom and dad's name.
Okay.
And I've had, like I said, I'm not gonna use names, Hickman, Northern
So
Land Title.
how did we make that, how did we make a mistake of putting them in your brother's name?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't.
does he have some of the estate in his name?
He has different fields, because some of them got done. You know, we had some property on the east side that got put
So
in his
that's-
name.
So there is that,
There has
that's
been,
the reason is.
there
'cause-
has, yeah, I don't know, there has been some progress. I had, two of my sisters, you know, both got some lots in town, theirs got done completed. But for some reason, not sure why I can't get mine done.
Okay.
And one of them, FYI, is the field that we're looking at the easement. That's still my dad's name.
I noticed that, yeah.
So I'd like, and that's gonna affect it, but if, nice to get that done in case something proceeds.
Yeah.
And so that kind of my request, I was talking to, of building in Meadowville, talking to Bart, and then saying, you know, I might have to have you do a house in town, but I'm having trouble with the title, and he says, well, we do too. And so I called Cami and asked her if she would come with me to at least have two of us, saying it's just, I'm just not, don't know how to fill out paperwork, so.
Okay, and mine is, I have dates and stuff, and so I'm gonna read mine because I get nervous, and I'll probably cry, which I don't even care,
Both
but.
things are okay. You can be
Okay.
nervous and you can cry.
Okay, so I am going to say names because the one that I'm gonna call out, I think is out of line. I'm here in regards, I'm voicing a complaint, the lack of work that's being done by Kaya in the recording office. I'm using an example of two pieces of property that we have recently had issue with, getting the mapping and recording done in a timely manner. Okay, so we had a warranty deed that was done in February of 2025 between Lakeview Properties and Overlook Properties. It was for 1.5 acres. In that, it included a property line adjustment. Okay, on May 21st, I went in to get paperwork at the recorder's office because my brother-in-law, I didn't have the written out stuff because Nate Perry had taken care of it. And so my brother-in-law, Pat McKinnon, he was selling his portion of that property, the 1.5 acres, to Tom Johnson, who, him and Bart were going together and going to put a B&T Holdings LLC together and gonna start a business. At that time, I was told by, what did you say?
Title company.
Not the title company. I was told in here, not by Kaya, but her helper, that property didn't exist.
Deputy.
The deputy, okay, that was the word I was trying to say. Okay, that property didn't exist. But Kaya was out of the office. And so that she was gonna be back in a little bit. So I left and I came back. At that time, Kaya was here. And so I was like, Kaya, what is going on? Because we had no clue. We thought that this was a cut and dry done deal. And enough that we were looking at, had spoken to and talked about our brother-in-law selling his portion. At that time, Kaya looked it up and said that there was she said it was a call missing in the legal description. Kaya then told me that the markup had been sitting on her desk for quite a while and she didn't ever hear from Nate Perry to fix it. So it must have been thrown away. When I questioned her how, if we were not notified, we were supposed to know where that there even was a problem. She responded, I'm not required to respond. I'm not required or responsible for contacting the seller or the property owners when there is a mistake in the property descriptions. It is just a courtesy. So I guess that she can choose to do that. I guess, I don't know. I left the office with the information she had given me, and I notified Nate Perry, Bear Lake Vista View Properties, who was the original owner of that property that was getting the boundary line agreement for us. He then proceeded to work with Jeff Hansen to get a corrected Mylar, corrected Mylar, which was recorded on July 14th, and work on getting us a corrected deed with the revised legal description on it. So on July 17th, I come back while Kaya was there in the office, and I took both the corrected warranty deed and a warranty deed with the same information and ask her which would be better to do, to file. She told me that the corrected warranty deed would be the best to record because it would link the correct description to the initial recording date. So that was important to us because of other things. So we proceeded that way. She said that her mapping system had some sort of licensing problem, so it may take more than 2 weeks to get it into the mapping system, but that it was correct. So she said it was going to take longer than 2 weeks, so I waited 7 weeks. 7 weeks later, on September 4th, I went back into the recorder's office again and filed a warranty deed between Overlooked Properties and B&T Holdings LLC that changed the name of the ownership of the property and the address for that 1.5 acres that I had previously recorded on the 17th, or I had previously recorded it on February 27th and then fixed it on the 17th. After recording that deed, my brother-in-law, money was exchanged with my brother-in-law and Tom Johnson. Being 7 weeks out, we all assumed that the property number had been created and the name on the deed could be updated by tax time. So just like Thad said, on October 22nd, I started opening our tax notices, matching them up to our paperwork that we had done before. Because we have lots of stuff between our family. And I noticed that I received a notice from a property that we had owned since February. We had not owned it since February. I called Tom Johnson just by chance to see if B&T Holdings had received their tax notice for the 1.5 acres. He hadn't received it. So I started again investigating what in the world was going on. I called into the office and I talked to Kaya. She told me lots of times stuff gets put off so that it doesn't get double taxed. So we hung up the phone and I started like processing and going through. We've had 20 years of buying and selling property in the Bear Lake Valley, and that just did not make sense to me. I know that that was not correct. The properties we have bought and sold over the 20 years we've lived here, this has never been the case. Usually, previous owners pay the taxes on the property for the period that year that they own, and the new owners pays for the time the deed is recorded to the end of the year. I attempted to call Kaya again, receiving no answer, so I went down to the recorder's office. As I walked in, all the lights in her office were off, but I knew she was there. I took 3 steps in past her desk and peeked in around the corner, and she was in there with the lights off, messing on her phone. I pointed to her and I told her I needed to talk to her and show her the tax forms, along with the paperwork showing when the deed had been filed.
Real quick, what time of day was this, did you say?
It was after lunch. I could look and tell you exactly when it was, but
Like
I don't.
1 or 2 p.m.-ish?
It was before. In the correspondence, I didn't know what time. I wondered if you guys closed at 4, and I was told that it was at 5. And so it was like sometime after lunch before 4.
Clearly when we should have been open.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, just
Yeah.
making sure.
Okay. Okay, let me look. She told me at that time that Nate had never filed the property line adjustments. I informed her that our land holding company, Overlooked Properties, had not changed. That property had not changed. The plotting of the property had not changed when we went from Overlooked back to Nate. And that both deeds had the exact same description, so it should have been mapped and recorded with the new owner. I also told her I was not paying the taxes on that property because I had not owned it since February. She looked over the legal description and then pulled out a big book from the room to the north of her front desk, opening it up, and grabbed what looked like a ruler and a pen and did a little looking. She giggled and said she often groups things together and must have not put it in because Nate had done other adjustments to the property after that transaction was done. She did what looked to me like she was putting the correct name and address in the computer for that property. I was so frustrated that I didn't bridge the issue with her on the property owned by B&T Holdings I spoke of earlier. I left the building and called Nate Perry to notify him that his name should now be on the property, and I took all the paperwork to him. I have, along with the tax notices, I also at that time reached out to you county commissioners, leaving a couple of different messages, and I received a call back from Sims, so thank you for calling me back. I have witnessed that with other properties we have sold in Bear Lake area, that 2 or 3 weeks is more than adequate time to record and map properties, and never has property that was recorded not been mapped by the time property taxes are sent out. I have no interest in Kaya losing her job, but she was voted in and works for the taxpayers of Rich County. As one of those taxpayers and property owners, I do not see that Kaya is giving adequate time or energy to her job. I have heard excuses like she's having issue with programming licensing or is just way backed up, but I have on multiple occasions called or come in looking for her, and she's not at work, just doesn't answer the phone, or is down the hall visiting with her friends in the 4-H office, or simply hiding out, playing on her phone or Wii with the lights out on the side office. So it looks like she's not there. I am not feeling confident that Kaya and her processing deeds in a timely manner, or her processing the deeds in a timely manner. I do not love the lack of communication when things are not totally correct. I honestly feel like sometimes when something's recorded, we shouldn't have to stumble into an issue later down the road, right? And we don't even know had existed. And I also don't think I should have to track down, double, triple check that a recording is done, or that she is doing her job after we have done our due diligence and made sure everything is correctly recorded and paid for, just so that I can do the work again when the tax notices are coming out. I'm honestly concerned that by sharing my experience that there will be repercussions by her because she's already not doing her job. Therefore, with either myself or my family or business partners that we have. We have also reached out to Hickman Land and Title, wondering if we were just crazy and the only ones that this was happening to. And we've been told that we are not the only ones having the issue. And it sounds like the proper paperwork is done, and if there's something wrong, is being redone. And when it comes to Kaya's office, it just kind of stops. Anyways.
So have we got your problem solved?
No.
Still is not solved?
No.
And yours isn't either?
No, I'm not. So, what would you have me do now? I got three tax notes that are incorrect. 2 of my, well, like them all done, but 2 of them I really need done because we might be building or working on an easement. I mean, okay. What's my next step?
And what do you need done? Kaya started.
Well, so we just need to, we've already taken money from Tom Johnson on this property that doesn't exist or is still in Nate Perry's business name. And like I have a paperwork, so this is what it looked like when I came in the first time, and that's not what we had. This says it was 0.84 acres and it was supposed to be 1.5. So she just didn't ever do the line adjustments after I had already been in multiple times.
Okay, so where it doesn't exist, is that in the property description? Is that where?
So we filed it, there was a call number wrong, we found out, we fixed it, and she has not mapped and given it a new parcel number, so it doesn't exist.
Okay.
So it's all been recorded and exists in the atmosphere somewhere, but it's not on. Tom and Bart can't go do their business. They can't build their business.
So we recorded it with the wrong, okay.
Initially, it was recorded. I have it right here.
It was additional.
With the eight acres, not 1.5.
Well, so this was, so it was initially recorded on February 25th, the warranty deed, transferring it from Bear Lakeview properties to overlooked properties with a legal description. And then when I came in to get this paperwork, I was told, she pulled up this map and I was like, oh buddy, that's not what we had agreed on. So I didn't even know if it was a Nate issue, if it was I didn't know even where it was coming from. But then after I left and came back and talked to Kaya, she said, oh yeah, well there was this call that's missing on the legal description. So then I contacted Nate and he went about fixing that stuff.
So Nate got his part fixed.
Yeah, he got his part fixed. They've had to file a Mylar.
Okay.
And then we also had to file this corrected warranty deed,
Okay.
which was done. And then 7 weeks was waited because we had already gone since February talking to Tom about this business that was supposed to happen and not able to do a transaction. So waited 7 weeks after that and then did the thing to the B&T Holdings, thinking that it had already been done because we had a second paper and had jumped through all the hoops.
Okay. So is there anything at all recorded on that? Is there a warranty deed that's been corrected that's right now?
So so the corrected warranty deed has been recorded. The thing to B&T Landhold, or the holding company for Bart and Tom, has been recorded also. And as far as I know, those were correct. I've not been told any different, and I've come in multiple times. It's not on the map, and the parcel number has not been fixed, and it's been since February, or if we do the edited, or if we do the corrected version, July. But that still is July, August, September. That's still 3 or 4 months, right? That she could have plotted it out and.
So as far as the tax notices then, when the tax notices come out, the new piece of property didn't get taxed, and it's still in your name?
No, it's
still in Nate's name?
It's still in Nate's name.
Nate's name.
It's 2 steps behind.
Okay.
Was it a seg? Was it an entire piece of property, or was it a piece of an entire piece?
So it is.
If it was a seg, let me just,
Yeah.
and lien date's January 1st, so if it was one big piece, say it was 10 acres, on January 1st, if you come in February and you're taking out like 1 point whatever acres, it will not show up until the following year.
Okay.
Because all properties valued as it was on January 1st. So
Okay.
if it's a seg or if it's putting properties together, they don't show up until the following year.
Okay, and so with.
But I don't know your situation.
Right.
I'm just that was just a question.
Yeah, so I have 2 different things. So with this piece of property, it was a line adjustment, and so that could be that case. And I, because of the other issue, I stumbled upon that. And so I'm not even worried about that. I'm not worried about the taxes. Nate says he's gonna pay it. That's fine. But it was 5, I don't even have the paperwork because I gave it to Nate. It was 5 acres that was a little bit further down that we had done paperwork on, and it went from us, overlooked properties, to Nate as the 5 acres. The parcel didn't change, the numbers didn't change, nothing changed on it, and and the tax notice came to me, if that makes sense.
And that was the whole piece.
No, that was a totally different, separate piece of property that's further
Right.
down the road.
But it was an entire.
But it was the whole piece.
Yeah, but it was the whole piece went to Nate, not a portion of it. The whole thing did.
So you think that's take a year to change?
When did that take place?
When did that take place? So we did that also on February 17th. So that parcel went to Nate, and this 1.5 acres went to us.
Thad, how long have you been waiting again? What's
Well, we started February of 22.
so years?
So
And some of it's been done, but I'm down to 3. I guess that's the good news. But I can just tell you, when I've talked to him in person, there was no, well, it takes a year, and that was, so, anyway, I don't know. The last 2 times, because, I don't know, I've been on school board, other boards, and I don't use names, unless I didn't know if it was correct or not to. But the recorder wasn't there. I dealt with the deputies who said, A, they didn't know how, or B, they have access to computer.
Yeah.
And I went back to, Hickman, Northern, and they're like, no, it all should be good now. We should finally have it all put to bed, in February. We finally said, yeah, okay. And we just kind of let it go. I was busy until we started getting our notices. Then when I tried to change one piece of property, Northern told me it hasn't been done. Hasn't even been done for the multiple times. And like I said, the very first time, could have been confusion, mixed up when we talked to you. And then, but once again, the person I work with at Northern is a Rich County resident. Her whole life has done this for probably 40 years. I can't think we've made that many mistakes, that many times, and we're never told what the mistake.
Right, and how to fix it, or stumbled into it 6 months later.
You can blame me. I'm dumber than the post, I'll admit it, but I was using someone very reputable at Northern to get it done.
And that's why you use title companies.
Yeah.
Just a question for Kim. So if a piece of property on the piece that they traded to Nate, that was done in February?
Yes.
So when would the name on the tax notice change? I mean, if they changed the name on the deed of the piece of property.
So if it was an entire piece and it was just a name change only, then it shouldn't take very long at all.
I mean,
at least in my experience with Debbie and in the past,
yeah.
When I worked with Debbie, it was pretty quick. I mean, it can take a little bit of time depending on where they're at in line and what kind of staff they have, obviously, but it shouldn't take. Usually name changes are pretty quick.
But wouldn't even that come out on the valuation notice? Wouldn't that name change? It's the evaluation notice should come out in the new name, right?
Because
I'm not the recorder, but I would have thought it would have.
Yeah. Okay.
But I mean, to get a $3,500 bill of a property that in your mind you did not own since February, there was not a chance I was going to pay it. There was not a chance.
Really?
No way, it's not mine. I don't care.
Well, it's also a problem for the actual property owner.
Right.
As far as tax liability and things like that. And what you guys are saying is very frustrating, and we know that, and there have been other complaints as well. So there might be there is a systemic problem that we got to figure out. As far as what the commission can do, there are steps. But obviously that's an elected office that works for you guys.
Correct.
And you're to the point where you feel like you can't get anything done, so you've moved on to us. We control the monies, but we want to help. And I just want to let you guys know that you aren't the first one to submit a complaint publicly. We've started gathering some of this stuff, and there is an issue that we need to figure out how to resolve. And I don't think that it can't be resolved with Kaya in there, because when she does work, it's pretty good. But we need some consistency as far as a public service.
Right.
So I'm sorry you guys are having to deal with this. You're not the only ones, and we are working on it.
Yeah. So what do we do?
Just pay it.
No, I know. So no, Nate's gonna pay it. I'm not. I gave it to him. I washed my hands of it, and I told Kaya I washed my hands of it. But as far as Tom is our friend, he's not gonna sue us. We took money for a piece of property that doesn't exist. What? We can't do anything with it. We can't even go to anybody to do anything. What do we do?
That's got to be corrected. I mean, I still don't know why it doesn't exist.
I think you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You're trying to keep talking to the right people, and then you complain when things don't happen.
Right.
So when is on that SAG, Kim, when is a new tax ID number issued?
Usually they're in the process of working on that, but it will show up in the 2026 tax roll.
Right.
Which right now, that's what I'm working in, that's what Kaya's been working in most of the year, because, once we get my values on and things, then we are done with that and we move into 26. And so it may be done and created in the 26 tax year, if it was a seg or something that didn't exist as of January 1st. So it may be there, but it may not show up in the 25 assessment roll or the tax roll, because it was done after January 1st.
So that notice would have been out, what would have went out for the entire piece of property?
Yes, however it was on January 1st.
Okay.
And it will be that way until the end of 25, and like I said, it could show up in 26. I don't know if she's got it in yet or not. I mean, that can take some time, because they have to, I know she has to draw it out, she has to go through the legal description. I know when Debbie used to do it, it took some time to do all those segs. And it may be in the 2026 assessment roll already, I don't know that. But that's like I said, usually now she's working in 26, like I said, like I am. We're already working on 26 values.
So this is me being kind of funny, we have bought and sold lots of properties, and they have like halfway through the year sold. And we don't get tax notices for the properties that are sold. That's so bizarre to me that that's even, I should never see it. And 2 to 3 weeks seems like ample amount of time to look at something. And I know they get tons of stuff in, and I know that there's issues with computer licensing and all of that kind of stuff. But seriously, like, it's people's livelihoods that are getting affected. It's inheritances that are getting affected. It's a big deal. And people are concerned about you hear all the time about people stealing your, what is it called, your property,
Identity theft?
Yeah, like your property, your title stuff, right? Yeah. We wouldn't even have a clue because it's not even been filed in the first place to even know. But supposedly we have paper stuff we can sign up for that we get notices.
Yeah, when anybody's doing anything with a piece of property. Yeah.
Right, but we aren't even keeping up to even do that part of it.
So what do I go back to, what do I do? Because two of them have to happen pretty quick. I mean, within month, well, it'd be nice to have done, but months, I'm guessing
they'll be handled pretty quickly. Yeah, you just gotta work with her office still, and I know that sounds terrible, but you guys have started, the first step that anybody has to do in a public office you feel like it's failing is we have to start collecting complaints.
Does it put you on, I know you're not the elected official's boss, so to speak, if there was an organizational chart. Who can I take in with me, for lack of a better word, just for a little bit of muscle?
Just do them there.
Do you want me to write down what they're supposed to be?
Yep.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you.
The next steps, if problems aren't resolved, is we continue to gather stuff, but then we can audit, and then the step after that, if we make a plan and it's not followed, then you can be publicly censured or removed eventually. I don't think it usually ever gets to that point, but that would be the next few steps. And so we do have some complaints that we've gathered, but I think I have maybe 4 or 5 this month.
And this is just,
make sure that it's the same name as what's on the deed. Then
this is a house that just goes in my name.
Okay.
Not in the trust, not in my brother's name.
So is your full name there?
Thad J. Willis.
Okay.
And then this one, well, everybody off it, and just my name on it.
And now are the deeds filed that way?
Mm-hmm. Maryland's done it. And then this is just my name. And that's the pasture we're talking about.
We'll help you out too, Tami.
Okay.
Because the next step is, I need to, and I'm just gun shy, but I'm getting ready to switch some ground to Meadowville for.
Don't do it.
Right.
Well,
right. See his
reality. I like living in reality. Thank you. I do. Thank you, because I'm getting ready to drill a well, but my 2 water witchers think we're going to hit it. So my wife's like, "Well, go switch the property." I'm like, I'm just been the dog that's been hit with the newspaper on the nose. I don't dare go again.
The bad part about it is they'll do what they did to us, and they'll dig and dig and dig and dig and
No,
dig and
Bart
dig and
told
dig
me-
and
Bart
dig and
told
dig and
me
dig and dig.
We found both of them said the water's at 95 feet, so that's as far as they're gonna go, and then we're gonna stop.
Oh, well, good. We
I
didn't.
got $100,000 well.
Well, and then you scared me, and Garden City scared me, but I don't have that much into
We
it.
almost had our whole house built and still didn't have water, and so we had to keep digging, and it was pricey.
Well, I
How
appreciate-
far'd you go?
300?
Yeah.
Or 350?
And they hit.
We did.
At the 94, 95, and he's like, no, I think, and then they went past another 200 feet, but
Yeah.
whatever.
It'll be better water though.
I know, and it's a beautiful place, so you couldn't get it anywhere else but maybe over here.
So
Do you want
what do we
newspaper?
need to do here?
Okay, so I don't know what you guys want. This is what I said. This is our warranty deed and our corrected deed for the 1.5 acres, but it sounds like that hopefully if it gets recorded, it will be taken care of. As far as I understand, the 5 acres that was switched from Overlook to Nate's property, I guess as of me going in there and being like, dude, this just needed the name changed, I think she's done it. But,
Can we
so
keep that-
hopefully,
can we keep that letter?
absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We probably don't need this part, but
That's all right.
Do you want a
Yeah.
recording, do you
Yeah,
want copies of
I
this?
want this.
okay.
Do you want copies of this or not? It doesn't matter. It's just,
Yeah.
and you guys you have them too.
Now, just FYI, that's my tax notice, so.
You're not paying the
Well,
taxes.
no, I will, but I mean, when you're done, get it back to me or copy them.
Well,
or-
we could just make copies of everything.
We
Just-
get a copy of
Yep,
this.
yep.
Yeah, just, I'll pay, I'm joking, I don't want you up in the cemetery. Thanks for your time, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sorry you gotta come over here like this, but we'll.
It's
figure-
okay.
we'll
It's one
figure
of many
stuff out.
times, huh? At least you feel like you're getting something
Getting a
done.
false hope.
Right?
Yeah. We tricked him.
No,
This
we
is
are.
how it's supposed to work.
We're
you know?
making progress, and you know what? I should have double checked back like in April, May, but got kind of busy.
I seriously was like, if I wouldn't have had anything and we'd have sat on it like we have multiple pieces of property, how would I have ever known? It could have been years down the road and we would have not had a clue. I mean, surely, I guess when the taxes didn't come, maybe we would have clued in. But yeah. Yeah, if it was my mother and father-in-law dealing with it, it wouldn't have, it's lucky that it, all came through us, because they just wouldn't have even noticed.
Okay.
Thanks for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming over.
Nice to meet you, thank you.
Sorry.
No.
Thanks and sorry.
We're glad we have someone we can go to visit with about it.
Well, we'll see what we can do. Kim. Might better wait for Commissioner Cox.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but. And I just want you to ask about the SEG thing.
We wouldn't have
So-
known enough to ask that, so thank you.
I apologize for jumping in, but I just wanted you
No,
to, because
I
the
was hoping
SEGs
you-
do take a little time, so I apologize
I
for
was
that.
hoping if you knew something that you would.
I don't know a lot, but I
Speak
just
up.
know that, the SEGs just don't show up until the following year. But if you work with a title company, usually they collect the taxes and prorate them, and usually they put it in escrow and it's paid by the title company. I think in some cases, but, they don't have to use a title company, and I'm neither here nor there. I don't know anything specifically to their particular issues, but I just know SEGs take a minute or two.
But it's safer if you use a title company.
It is. But a lot of people also don't understand that January 1st lien date. So they think if they
Yeah,
come
I
in
didn't.
February and they record it and they split a piece, that it's immediately gonna show up, and it doesn't.
And you'll get a split tax document, that's
Yeah.
not how that works.
Yeah. Just doesn't work that way in real life. The SEGs don't show up. Because they weren't done as of the lien date. Now in January 26, they should be done as of the lien date, and then they show up into the 26 tax year, so. There's just a lot of people that don't know that, so. That's why I chimed in. And that's why I was kinda like, and then you're like, it's like, they need to understand that part. Okay, Kim Wilson, Rich County Assessor. I have, will you do that today and have it?
I have it in my truck. I have it all done.
It's, there's one that's not in your truck and she's here today.
Yep, we'll get it.
So, and then have that recorded and you'll be set. Okay, I have a stipulation that we sent out prior to Board of Equalization on JKMS, Mike Swinson, I think it was Mike Swinson, or Michael Cook. Anyway, one of those. I sent a stipulation because it should have been in Greenbelt and I hadn't checked the box in my land program, so it got put on as ag real estate. And so they didn't have this done. I sent them to say that stipulation, it should have been done before BOE, so I could have brought it to you at that time, and they didn't send it back till after that. And so it's just to try to, be official. We did make the change during Board of Equalization because I had sent that, and it was our error. But since they officially sent the stipulation back, we probably ought to, if nothing else, have a signature on it.
Mike Swenson?
No.
It's Michael Cook,
Mike
I
Cook.
think.
Make a motion that the chairman sign the stipulation.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Any
And-
opposed? Nope.
And three other parcels, I did the same thing too. It was Norm Mecham. And he has a lease. They put it in Greenbelt in 24, and for some reason I didn't get it. The box didn't get checked, and so I've corrected those. If you guys are good with that, I'll talk to Eugene about sending a corrected tax notice on those. And I made the check in my program because you can't, and I updated it in my program already. So even though you're supposed to, does that make sense? Because this was an error on my fault.
Greenbelt stuff.
Yeah.
So do we need a motion on this one?
Probably to cover our butts that we correct those.
Okay.
And make sure that they're in the Greenbelt program.
I'll make that motion that we correct those as presented by our assessor.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. And the last thing, you did approve the exemption for those people that came in this morning?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we've changed that. We changed that in Eugene's office and went ahead and got them a new tax notice for what they should pay. I just want to make sure it was official with you.
Yep.
And do you need a copy of that?
Yeah, thank you. No, personal property?
No, it's real property. It's the primary exemption.
It's a primary exemption, the very
The
first
people
one.
that were
Yeah,
not on the
okay.
agenda.
Yeah, I'll take
Yes. Okay, that's all I have, gentlemen. Do you have anything for me?
No? Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for helping us on the
Oh,
previously.
not a lot of help. I don't know a lot, but I just know segs are different, so.
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks. Regan?
Alright, we'll make this quick too, so you're
Okay,
not.
time's up.
Hey, Red Books.
No. Yes, we got these and I forgot to give them out at commission meeting, so.
Oh, 26? Can we not just get through 25 first?
Okay, so I have some, do I need to
Thank
say
you.
my name?
Yes, please.
Okay, Reganne Briggs, Rich County Extension. We'll just get right to the point. So, the reason why I'm here is to talk about my budget. I've been meeting with Andrea Walker Bravo. You've met with her a few times. And the reason why is Utah State has created a salary grade table. You can see it here. So they want us to have all of our employees at a certain salary based on their grade. So Holly and Kirsten are at B, and then Kylie's at a C. And so right now their current salary is actually lower than that. So if you go to the first page, I changed it to what it should be at, with Holly and Kirsten at 75% or 3/4 time and Kylie at full time. To bump that up, what it would cost for you to pay 50% of their salary and USU to pay 50%. And so USU has already approved that increase on their end. And so I'm just here to ask you for that increase to make sure we get them to the correct salary that USU has asked them to be at. And so what it comes out to be is, if you look on the first page that I gave you, right now we're currently paying $55,000, about $800, what they're paying for their salary. that increase would bump it up to 64,000 on your end. And so if you go to the very last page, that's my proposed 2026 budget. And then I also have my 2025 budget. So actually, it would only increase my total budget about $4,000. And the reason why it only increases $4,000 is because last year, Andrea told me that 4-H wouldn't cover COLA increase, so cost of living increase for Holly and Kirsten. So I factor that in on last year's budget, but they actually covered that 50% of that increase. And so that's why you're not seeing the numbers match up basically. So all in all, if you approve this increase, it would just increase my budget about $4,000. That was just quick and dirty, but ask me any questions that you want.
You're not gonna get much pushback from me because you guys do such a good job. I don't,
And currently, just so you guys know, right now Kylie's making like $16 an hour, and Holly and Kirsten are making $13. So with this increase, I think it's not even reaching the $20 an hour mark for any of them.
So they still won't be making 20.
I mean, we could increase them to match what the county employees are making, but this is just to reach what USU wants us to do.
would USU do any pushback about increasing that?
No, I don't think so. No, I've talked to both the 4-H and so 4-H, Holly and Kirsten gets paid out a different pot than Kylie does, and I've talked to both of them, and they said if you guys approve to increase their salary, then they will definitely cover the other 50%.
Well, I know that, like,
So would you do this for us?
Yes.
So based on their hours, if they were increased to the $20, can you give us what that would be?
Yes.
What kind of an increase that would be?
I'd have to go back to my computer and do it. Do you want
Yeah.
that today?
Well, today or by when we start working on budgets.
Yeah, I can do that.
Alright.
Okay, I think with Kylie's increase, with this, it's pretty close. Holly and Kirsten, I would need to bump it up a little bit more.
And so this 1465, is that their hours?
That's actually the benefit factor. So
Okay.
you take their base salary times the 1.465, and that factors in their benefits.
Okay, would you break down how many hours each one works?
Yes.
Is that how, that's how they're paid, right? By the
No,
hour?
they're paid by salary, but just like they do.
But they're based on an hour, I mean, a part-time of how many hours that is?
30, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, put that together.
Yes, I can do that. I will, after we're done here, I can hurry and go do that and then come back and give you those figures. Does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll probably still be here for a few minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a public, it could be, because it will be looked at and scrutinized when we do the budget.
When we're working on a budget, so let's just look at it.
That sounds good. I really do appreciate your support of the 4-H program and extension. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do all the fun things that we do.
I happen to have a check on me, so.
Yeah, that looks like you've been carrying that around.
I found it in my pocket.
It was meant for us.
Yes, it was, but I thought it was already done, so sorry it's so slow.
No, you're good. You're good. We weren't too worried about it.
And just, you know, if, in the meantime, she's already sent one and he's give you that one.
Just keep them both.
Yeah.
Okay.
For being late.
Just keep them both. Don't even think about it.
Oh gosh, I don't know. Okay, I'll go work on that and I can come back.
Thank you.
But yeah, I appreciate your support. Thank you.
You're gonna be looking for all kinds of places to donate things, so you're good.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
right.
take all your money, Sam.
Right.
Okay.
See
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so, what's the resolution and appointment of a Rich County representative?
We already did that for you, SIP.
Oh, okay, all right. We approved the expenditures, we approved the minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Would you entertain a motion to close the meeting?
I would,
I'll make that motion.
unless you have something else.
Yeah, I just moved, we adjourn.
Second that.
Moving second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Never anyone.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna give that one to John and Bill.
You're the